Well, good morning and welcome to Sicily. It's a lovely day here. It is Saturday. It is finals day. And here we are. It's the 1/10th IC Track European Championships 2023. It's an EFRA event. It's brought to you by X-Ray, and we're about to kick off with the Quarterfinal B. We've got Frank in the booth. Hopefully at some point. And also we have our good friend James Stewart with us. James, how are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. Yourself?
Yes, very good, thank you. It's been a very interesting event so far with the weather issues and the stop-start situations going on, but the organisers have dealt with it very well. Oh, already some chaos going off there in the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is
somebody's
going to
lost
be
a wheel.
This is going to be quite an interesting. There's no warm up this morning, so they've come straight onto effectively a green track. There's a line down on it, but always first thing in the morning, traction will be a little bit lower. They're straight out. They've got a couple of minutes warm up. And then straight into the quarter B. Aim for these guys is going to be to finish in the top three of this and get a bump up into the semis. So just heading round off down the main straight. Really, this warm up, it's just an opportunity. Make sure the car still feels okay. Bit late to do too much about it now. Get for 20 flat out driving, really.
Absolutely. I think we can now hear some of the ambient sounds of the nitro engine, so that must mean that Frank's there. Frank, how you doing?
Hi, how you doing? Can you hear me okay now?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that, yeah. We've got you.
Yeah, well, yeah, like you say, the usual sort of chaos. There's been a lot of chaos this week with the weather, and obviously we had some electrical issues yesterday. You know, kind of par for the course sometimes, but these guys are out warming up and getting ready for their quarterfinal.
Yeah, someone just seen someone heading back towards the pit lane the wrong way. They're not going to make themselves very popular if they get collected or they collect someone. Not what you want right at the start of a quarterfinal. The two of these quarterfinals coming up. This is the quarterfinal B that we're going to watch. Top three is going to move through into the semifinal. All they're really concerned about is getting themselves into the top three. Nice win, but in real terms, that's a couple of, it's a couple of metres on the grid. So you're not going to risk it massively. The driver's getting themselves primed, predominantly steer wheel transmitters. So actually, quite a few of the Italians still using sticks as well. I know Dario Balestri, TQ man, bit of a spoiler for later. He's still a stick user. A stick driver.
And his teammate Taroni as well, both using sticks.
Yeah, it's they're gradually fading away as the more experienced old racers sort of drop away from relevance and new guys come in. But it's still good to see. It's still good to see out there and a little bit of history going on. So it looks like we've had everybody called in and everybody getting called out towards the start. So leading away, we're going to have Giuseppe Mussolino.
Not sure if you've cut off there, James, but yeah, Mussolino, Glorenic, Strasser, Pelois, Legay, Figueroa, Domanin, the younger of the Domanin brothers, Ryskov, Vandal, Grassa, and Caruana. It's a spattering of French and Italian racers. We have Strassers from Austria. One of the Maltese racers, Caruana, is in this one.
Yep, looks like they're all getting set to go. Mussolino going to lead off with the green-coloured car there out in front. Cars down and off they go. No one flamed out off the line, which is a good start. Leading away, Giuseppe Mussolino, green front, blue rear. Off down the main straight for the first time. Again, 20 minutes. You're not going to win this on the first couple of laps. You're just trying to get around nice steadily. Jean-Marie Glorinet following him in second position. It looks like Strasser got away in third. They're all running no real position changes right. Carolina looks like he's got the jump on Alessandro Grant right at the rear of the field. Front two already making a little bit of a break for it. A little bit of a deep moment there for Stefan Strasser.
Should we be following third and fourth in the yellow and the green car?
Okay, if that is, that looks like a
So
pretty close battle going on there.
Yeah.
That's between Stefan Strasser and, is that Freddie Pelwise? Yeah, it is. And
Mussolini makes a mistake.
Back. So, a little bit of over-rotation from the leader. Or what was the leader, drops him back in second position. Again, front four have made a bit of a break for it. This one's going to be a little bit awkward there because Freddie Pelwise at the moment, the pink car at the rear of the shot, just entering the back of the shot. He's the fourth place man. He'll want to jump up one position if he can. Still quite a long run to go, and mistake there from...
That was Mussolino who came off. So we're still on the third and fourth cars here. There's a dark-colored car who's ahead, 2 positions ahead of these. We're on the third and fourth cars. So just making sure that Zach has some direction because he cannot hear you, James.
No, that's absolutely fine, Frank. It's, tell us what you need to, but believe at the moment we're looking at... so that pink-coloured car, is that that 5 car of the game?
Yes, the number 5, yes.
Yes, okay, that's good. So we are watching the, as Frank said, the third and fourth position. A little bit of a mistake there from Pelwise, getting into third position.
So just so our viewers are aware, we're not following the lead cars because it's the bump-up positions are the more important ones in this one because they're trying to go from the quarterfinals into the semifinals.
Yeah, we're not worried about fastest times, anything like that at the moment. Looks like we've got Legate to second position. Brasser's just made a mistake. Florenet still out in front as he crosses the line. And that's Strasser going to skip. So that was another car further down the field that's made the mistake. The pink car that we're running with, the 5 car of Legate. He has got, 1.1 seconds over 4th place. He'll be quite comfortable with that. We'll lose that all in a pit stop. Talking of that, we're going to be coming to pit stops relatively soon.
I'll try to keep an eye on the pits and the numbers that have gone in.
Okay, Frank. So pit stops, they were running for 4-minute qualifying heat.
Yep.
So what we're going to start now is we've got a 20-minute final. They're going to, if they're doing 4-minute runs, they're going to need 4 stops to get to the end of a 20-minute final. So stretch that to 5. You can 1 stop out.
One of our top cars has just gone in and come back out. The bright yellow car, I think that's Pelwise or Pelwa.
So pretty quick stops.
Yeah, it was the number 4 car that just pitted.
Okay, so that was Freddie Pelwise. You'll see the order starting to jump around a little bit. Stabilise. Here we go.
Mussolino's just come in. And Legay has just gone in.
So let's see as they filter out. Glorinex come in as well. Given where the pit lane entry is, timing line is, it takes about a lap for it to take.
So we're just let things settle down for a lap or two and pick up who the new leaders are. I think we got Dominique in the lead now.
We have, though I don't think he stopped as yet.
Right, okay. So Legay is still 4th and Reiskopf 5th at the moment until Dominique comes in.
Yeah. And looking at that, Dominique, I mean, that could be a good advantage for him. He managed to drop that out if he's not stopped yet. There we can see him dropping down the field.
He's dropped a couple of positions.
Yeah. He has, but Frank, one of the important things about that is he's managed to get 5 minutes, which is beyond 5 minutes. So he should be able to do 3 stops. Everybody else is going to be 4, so he's going to save himself a pit stop. So there's probably, looking at the lap time loss as they come into the pit, probably 4 to 5 seconds. An advantage that he's managed himself by doing that.
Yep, certainly I would wager that Fabio, his father, is probably going to be one of the quicker pit mechanics in the pit lane. He's got quite a lot of
as well. So experienced pitman out there, and also doing a stop less. So outright pace. We're going to maybe see people towards the end of the finals, if they can do, when we get to 45-minute A main later, if they can get 1 stop, 2 stops left over the course of it, then you're getting on for a 10+ second advantage. You're saving yourself 2/3 off a lap.
Yeah, Zach is on the 3rd place car of Legay, who has, I believe it's Pelwa, however. Yeah, is the 5, then the 4 car. So that bright yellow car that you can possibly see in the corners of the shots, possibly slowly creeping up onto Legay. I think he is visibly getting closer now.
He is. So that's 1 car back. So yeah, if we can get sort of drop back 1 car to follow the 4th place car. We're following Legay for a little while now.
So Zach, we drop back 1 car to the yellow car. That'll be the 4th place, who's looks like he's slowly catching 3rd place of Legay.
Yep, we've got him now. So Freddie Pellois closing up as he gets a really good exit from that sweeper down the main straight, jumps up into 2nd gear. And he's got quite a lot tighter approach to a little bit of over rotation there, managed to catch it. That's a bit of heart in the mouth moment. But edging forward, it's always easy to chase someone down as well when you've got a target in front
lap
of
traffic.
you. Together, lap traffic. He managed to get out of the way. I think he got out of the way of 1 car of Legay and just tried to come back online and didn't see the car that we're following at the moment, Freddie Pellois, catching him quite that quickly. Didn't realise quite how close he was.
Nope, Legay comes
scruffy
into
lap
pits.
and he pits.
Fairly quick pit stop. He's back out now. So we'll keep an eye on the 5 of Legay, see if he goes into pits.
You can see a little bit of looseness in the car there, just as they've come out of the pits. They're not on the exactly on the line. So a little bit of dirt on the tyres for the first couple of corners. After that, it will take a small amount of time to clean up. Everybody seemingly running fairly reliably at the moment. No one having dropped out of the final, we can see.
Legay's pitting. Oh, sorry. I mean, Pellois. No, Legay out of 5th. Car number 5 out of 2nd has pitted. He's just come out now through the kink. And he's come out behind Pellois.
Going to start out over the next couple of laps. Of course, as a pitman, you don't want to be calling your driver in on the same lap if you can avoid it. As a bunch of other cars, you want a nice clean pit lane for them to come into. You don't want a really congested pit lane. So you're trying to spot a bit of a gap in traffic. Of course, it's much easier with the shorter on-road circuit. Pretty short lap time here that we're looking at as well. It's easier to spot that gap, not talking like a rallycross mixing where you've got a 45, 50 second lap sometimes. And if you send someone around, you run the risk of them flaming out. You can keep them going. Starting to see a little bit of looseness there in the car. Bit of over-rotation. Have you managed to get a hang of that?
Oh, Legay comes into problems with the back marker. So let's.
Yep, just saw that. But Legay still running in 4th position after the pit stops have shown themselves. You can see, I think that's 10 car of Caruana in front of him. What to do with him getting away. He comes off down the main straight once more.
Well, the pink car 2 cars ahead is Legay.
It is, yeah. It's the green car that he's following immediately is the latch traffic. And looks like actually that car's got some pretty good pace in it. Struggling to get past. He's having to hold himself off, but he's got out of the way now. What you don't want to do is, having made your way up and through the traffic, is to make a mistake immediately after that. Getting around a bit more traffic in front of him. That made a mistake. Cleared out his way. As
no
we were
more
saying,
traffic between them now.
Yeah. So see if he can start closing down the gap. Balance of the cars looks like it's changing. They'll start out with a stagger on the tyres to effectively make the tyres wear evenly. So you have here a fast sweep onto the main straight. You have a pretty fast sweep off of it. So the front right-hand side tyre is going to take quite a beating through here. So they're going to have started out with quite a large diameter tyre. Foam tyres, of course, on these. As they start wearing down, the balance of the car is going to change. The tyre diameters equalise, and that's what they're looking for. We can see a little bit more lap traffic. We are Freddie Pelloys, who's got out of the way. Now Pelloys can start down Legay again. Down the main straight once more. Just hearing someone in the pit. Heard the revs rising as the engine was cleared. What you don't want to do...
That was the leader of... the lead car of Gloren had crashed directly underneath our ambient mic.
Right, okay. That's been put down. When your car's going back down, the reason that you'll hear them flipping the throttle, they want to clear it, so you'll get fuel building up in the carburetor. If the engine is loaded at that point when you hit the throttle, you do run the risk of flooding the engine immediately and the engine stalling and cutting. So just trying to clear the throttle before it goes. Freddie that we're running with currently in 5th place, but he stopped. He might, looking at the time that he stopped there, he's going to need a splash and dash to get to the end of this one. So he's not going to run with like 7 minutes of this final remaining plus your closing lap. He's going to need an additional stop to the end of it. But the worst thing you can do is play right at the end. Legay's now got himself into the front from Glorinet. Freddie Pelloy now running in 3rd position. The Strath is dropping down the field, having started somewhere near the front. But we've had a retirement from Mussolino as well. So 2 of the quick cars, the 1 and the 3, are running into problems. We've got 2, 4 and 5. And 6 and 7, 8, so kind of running line astern, showing that the qualifying pace was pretty genuine. This the 3rd place car we're running with at the moment. Let's see if we can find Fichera. Then that is the 6th car.
I'll see if we can spot him on the track. He should be a little bit behind him. He's the white car, 2 cars behind these guys. He's battling with a green car going up into the kink and coming out on the
about
sweeper
3.9 seconds. So 3.9 seconds back, 5.5 minutes left. So he knows what he's got to do. Keep on driving forward. Keep out of that traffic. Isn't being particularly helpful to him there. Got out of the way now. getting good drive. They'll be well into a rhythm by now. It's going to be the last track action of the week. Some of these guys have been on track since Tuesday, I believe.
Since Frank? Monday. Monday was open practice.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, full week. Full week of practice. Yeah, unfortunately for some people, going to end pretty early in disappointment. In fact, I mean, for some people, the meeting finished yesterday, didn't it? They had a couple of finals yesterday, I believe.
No, these were scheduled originally for yesterday, but
right, they've got time.
Yeah,
they've moved them forward today due to the weather delay from Thursday. Got it. So, Glorinet still leading this one out in front, getting to the point where they're going to be having their last pit stops. Pitmen are always going to breathe a sigh of relief when everybody drops in from the pit. Glorinet leading from Peloise, Legay, Pichera, who we're running with at the moment. He's got that down to, let's have a look. Coming down.
He's just coming to the pits. Pichera.
Let's just look.
Good pit stop, and he's back out now.
Yep, steady pit stop from the pit. Fuel gun to dump the fuel straight in there.
And Legay has just pitted.
A little ball. Okay. Let's be happy. Era still running in fourth position. Legay.
Sorry, it was Pelwa who just pitted, waiting for Legay to pit.
Always a risky time when they pit.
And here comes Legay now.
Did have his pocket over Fichera. So Legay was showing in second position. Just been released.
Legay and Peloise have they're together on the track now, going down the straight, but
they're
still second and third. Yeah. So Fichera is still in fourth.
He has, but he's come out of that pretty well. He's
he's directly behind Legay and Peloise. Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely got time through that stop. I think he stopped a lap earlier, and what we said earlier, he had that clear pit lane that he could enter. Pit lane was a bit more. There we go, some good track getting out of the way. So right now it is right to the line. I'm not sure if Sarah will know, but that pink car directly in front of him is third position. That's the difference between bumping up into the semi-final or going home for the weekend.
So 2 minutes left. It's all come down to this.
Yep, it has. Right together, and that looked a little bit leery there for Legay. Pichera did really well not to hit him there.
Yeah. So Zach, we're sticking with the pink and the white cars here, both of them.
Pichera trying to get a run there, and actually a little bit of over rotation. He was almost too close to the back of Legay. Couldn't get on the power he wanted to. Getting some good drive off of that sweep. He can turn much, much tighter. Legay looking like he is struggling a little bit. Fichera looking like he could be quicker if he can get past. Look at how much he's taken out with him off the end of the main straight there. He's got so much more confidence. I'm not sure if Legay knows the danger that's lurking behind him. This will feel like a very long minute. Has a look. Does Fichera?
Oh!
Fichera's through. So Fichera through on Legay. Fichera the white car, Legay the pink car. But Fichera has done it. He's chased down that gap. But he was behind. So pretty much across the line. Gets kept up slightly by some traffic. Have to give him a little nudge out of the way to remind him. That lets Legay back in. We've got just over 20 seconds left. Probably this lap and one more that they're going to have. Figueroa now coming under pressure. Really follow. Oh, small mistake there from Legay. That might well be it. They cross the line. So onto the final lap. Time has expired. Glorinek is through. Pelois is through, providing they finish these laps.
And they're coming up on the yellow.
Figueroa.
Yeah.
So Figueroa has... They cross the line. Figueroa gets the third place. So really unlucky there for Legay. Had it until about 40 seconds from the end. He had the third position he needed. And then right at the end, Crispino Figueroa jumps up there.
So a good race in the end. That was a pretty a nail biter, pretty much. It was last,
that was right at the end. Naturally, it's pretty
yeah.
close. I mean, the top four by if you say to someone going into a quarter final that they're going to finish 4.5 seconds off the lead, then they'd have a pretty good chance of bumping up. And Legay really unlucky there to miss out on that.
Well, what a great race, and we'll be back with the final B very shortly. We'll take a very short break, and we'll come back as the cars are coming out on the track for the final B.
And across the line, that is the wish, that is the win.
Dominic Greiner has won already, he just needs to cross the line, so he does so. Dominic Greiner is our European champion.
So, we're back. Thank you. You are watching the 1/10th IC Track European Championships. This is an EFRA event brought to you by X-Ray. And thank you to everyone who's commenting on the stream. It's quite early in many parts of the world. But Torsten Muller is saying, good morning, everybody. Marco Hendricks is saying, morn. Samuel Morelli, good little Domanin. Well, the Domanis have a bit more racing to do today, and we are still waiting for the cars to come out. There's nothing. There's a bit of quiet there, Frank.
There's cars are in the warm-up area, and there's a couple that are revving, but they're basically taking their time.
I believe there's 20 minutes until the start of the next final, looking at the timetable.
Wow.
But good race there. Good little race we've just seen. We've got 3 of them moving up on into the semi-finals. Just waiting now for the second of the quarters. And again, going to be looking for top 3 from these. Trying to make their way through.
Absolutely.
Traction on
the rest of the finals or anything like that one, I think it will be a pretty exciting day.
Yeah, for sure. That was that was a surprisingly good race, really. All came together in those last 2-3 minutes. all important pit stops.
So while we have a minute, shall we take a look at a couple of scenes from qualifying yesterday?
Yes, please.
Let's do that.
Oh, we got a bit of argy-bargy. Oh, and that is a nasty hit. Oh, and they knock each other out. If he just stays with these two, wow, there we go. Look at that. Oh, that's one way to get past. Keeping himself very busy as he's getting sideways there. Mixing. Oh, there we go. That's not a quick way around. Get sideways? Yep, I'll stick my nose under your rear bumper. I think, whoa! Now that's a finish.
It feels amazing. The car was flat, stable, the balance also was good, so I can drive my line, and also 15.2 the first lap, 15.0 then. So I feel there's room for more, but 15.0 was enough.
And you didn't feel like you wanted to push it and see if you could try for to get into the 14s?
Yeah, in one side yes, but in the other side I'm happy to make the job.
Frank, Tony Gruber quite liked that question. he liked where you were coming from.
Yeah. let me just show Dario just a little bit. But no, Dario was. I think he expected Gruber to take that. I think. It was really, really interesting to hear sit next to Dario, and he's listening to the times and he's going, you see, Yillis has his clutch slipping. I was like, oh, is that a good thing? It was absolutely amazing to sit next to multiple champion like Balestri and get his insight on how absolutely nerve-wracking it is to be up there and everybody is watching your car. All the competitors are listening to your clutch and your engine, how lean you are and everything. It was amazing. It was really good. So if you have a chance after this, watch the Super Pole bit that we did on yesterday's live broadcast. And I think proper racers will really enjoy that.
That is always something.
His insight.
Something that you always notice when you're speaking with top drivers and working with top drivers, the amount of extra mental capacity they have to notice what other people are doing around them. They'll notice that someone else is trying a different body shell, or they've gone out on a different set of tires, or they've made a slight tweak. Like you said, they can hear someone's clutch is slipping slightly. They're just aware. They're not just driving the car, they're taking in all this information and soaking it up, and something that might be useful to them later on in the weekend. Their aim is to be the quickest driver in the main final. How they get there, they're not necessarily too worried about the narrative and the story that gets them there. It's just building to that final all weekend really, and any information that they can pick up that might be useful.
Yeah, for sure. And it was we had a good chat with Yillis and a couple other drivers as well. Hopefully we'll be seeing those. So getting that sort of background stuff is really great, and it reminds me of things like Fernando Alonso driving around Monaco or was it Spain recently, and he comments on how Lance Stroll is doing, his teammate, because he's watching the screens as he's driving past at 200 miles an hour. It's that sort of extra capacity, mental capacity, like you were saying. It's like I'm doing my job, but I'm going to, just keep an eye on how the competitors are doing as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and building all that information together. And I mean, obviously, Gill's probably the most famous example of that back in 2012, winning his electric touring car world championship when he had the awareness to know that the finish to the final was coming up, and the line immediately before a hairpin, and he didn't need to slow down for it, and made that famous dive on Hara just before the line. And actually, this might be something that we see later on in the day here, because again, we've got the finish line just before a slower hairpin. It's not quite as tight. It's a bit of a sweeping hairpin, if that makes sense. But we might see people, diving for it right at the end of the final, not really concerned about making the line for the corner. They'll still make the corner, but they can run in a bit deep. But if you're in a really close battle with someone, that could be the difference.
Yeah, definitely. And Tironi actually did try that same thing. He didn't go full speed into the barrier, but he was sliding and nearly took out our camera on his final Super Pole lap attempt. And Dario did mention maybe someone will just fly through the line instead of slowing down. So, which is something that Masami actually did back in I think it was the early 2000s, or it may have been the 96, 98 Worlds. I can't remember which. But he did something similar way back when. So it's something these guys are always, it's the driving 10/10ths and using 100% of your mental capacity.
Absolutely. It's like we said, it's all part of the game, and knowing everything else that's going on around you on track. It's always important, and that little bit of information, it's never useless information.
Exactly.
If they go out you'll see later when they go out in the warm up. No doubt Dario and Tony, when they go out for the sort of warm up around lunchtime, they'll have things that they want to try. With a mind to running them in the final, you'll be. Sometimes you're a little bit limited in risk going into the last round of qualifying. Obviously, Dario had a good opportunity there. He was already on pole position, so he could make a fairly risky change if he wanted to, without it affecting anything. Someone on the bubble of dropping it between the semis and the quarters couldn't really do that. You need a run, so you've got to run with something a little bit more conservative that is going to get you a good time, and you know what it's going to do. It's all part of the game you play. It's not just going out there and driving the car. It's engineering yourself into a good position for the way that the weekend works, really.
For sure.
So, guys, we've got 10 minutes. We've got about 10 minutes to go before the next final.
Yeah.
Shall we check in with EFRA's president, Jackie Aby?
Yeah, let's do, please.
Let's do it.
All right, so we are here. The track is quite wet once again here in Giordani Naxos in Sicily. Here with the current EFRA president, Jackie Aby, come down from Switzerland. How was the trip, and what are you here to see?
Yeah, the trip was 2 hours. Came from Zurich with the plane early in the morning, from 6 to 8 was the trip, and I have been had a lift to here with the owner. I understood it is the owner, it's Dario, went to me to this track. Objection is to visit here the track, the facility, also every driver, also the organizer, and we have some thoughts to discuss with Julie, chairman, and Dan, chairman from EFRA, so that we can maybe figure out if we have to things to improve, or we see directly that it's going well or it's going wrong, so that we can have a little bit guidance on good quality of races. So that is one of the main topics what I would like to achieve.
Yeah, of course. And as president, you're kind of overseeing the EFRA board and the various section chairmen. You mentioned Julie, and you mentioned Dan Jones, who's the new GT8 vice chairman or chairman.
He's chairman, yes.
Okay, chairman. So that's a new section. Obviously, it's encompassing electric and nitro GT8 racing, because there's a world championship in Australia later this year, so it should be very exciting. We'll be talking to Dan in another interview. Make sure and keep watching. So you're the new, I suppose you were voted in at the last AGM at the end of last year. So how do you see the current state of EFRA, and where would you like to take it or see it go?
Good, it's an important question for sure that everybody wants to know that. My first goal is we have excellent races in parts of organization, in parts of fairness, in parts of the correctness of the setup of the rules. And if you can control what needs to be controlled at such races, so sometimes you have also a little bit grey bandwidth that you need to discuss any decisions which needs to be taken. But last but not least, I really want to have that the organizer have a good feeling in organizing this event itself with his huge organization behind him. Or normally on a local club, we know that, and we also in EFRA wants to do and improve ourselves also in doing our jobs right and have absolutely a competence in respect of the category which drives, and that's it what I like to improve or hold on a very good level. This are the important things for me.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it makes complete sense. I suppose we should have started maybe with your background in RC. I mean, people who maybe are watching this and they're seeing you for the first time, talking with us, they might be going, well, what is Jackie's sort of background? You know, where do you get the knowledge and the authority to be president of EFRA? So yeah, just real sort of a short background of how you got into RC and yeah.
Likely. So it's 42 years ago when I saw first time a model car, radio control car, and this was from a friend of my father who had this hobby at that time, and he takes me with, and I was in the beginning only the mechanic, because I have a good I would say affinity to have mechanical works fast done, and had seen when a car does not goes right, so I have to screw up or do that, and I was really a good configuration manager on a chassis part. So then, but after 5 or 6 races, I thought, hey, I like also to drive, so can we not change a little bit the roles, or we go both racing? And then I got my first cars. I was, I guess, 19 years old at that time, and went to a track, and after 5 minutes all was gone and broken, so I crashed already in the first wall into it, and we have to go home and pack and again work on this car another 5 hours. So this was a little bit my starts. Now I think it's so a fantastic hobby. So it's technique, it's you meet competitors working towards and against you, and you have a lot to repair, a lot to improve, so you have to share parts on the car and to distinguish between is that better or that, or it is also a cost thing. So I think all these parts are interesting, and it's also a huge fabric around it to have. We have manufacturers, we have tire providers, engines, bodies, and so on. And last but not least, we have also the software who manage that all around. And there I was one time hit it. It was about 1982, so something like this. At that time, you had manually took the time lapse.
Yeah. You have to punch in the numbers on the. Yeah.
With clickers, so everybody has a clicker from 1 to 10, and this was a parallel interface. And I always thought, after 2 beers, you don't click anymore right. So that was then the initial moment where I decided to make an electronical lap count system, and this was my first system. I started in development in 1989, I guess. Yes, it was still the DOS world or the Macintosh. You can also use the Macintosh, but I started with the DOS world. And then I created the first RCP. It's the race control program, RCP. That's why I'm also an rcp.ch in my email address and my business email address. So it's still, this company is still around, but we do not anymore this lap counting. I started with that, and in 2002 we started to renew the lap count system with Felix Romer. He took it then over later. I have given him the chance to make the spin-off with this lap counting, and I think it's still doing well. And this was actually my main knowledge, what I could get into mine. So if you are a lap counter, you need to know the rules, you need to know how to manage the heats, how many drivers are in, how long are the qualification, why you have to check laps, why is it a correction possible, why is it not the correction possible, or is it a penalty, or is it not. So you learn there a lot, and I would say my beyond knowledge I have from that. Huh?
That's quite a background.
Yeah.
So I mean, we covered where you'd like to see EFRA going. Are you going to be attending any more events this year?
Yes, this year I have in plan to go to Spain. And also in Spain, EFRA is thinking about to onboard a new category. It's the crawler section, and this is particular a race in Spain where we go to visit, Willy and I, the General Secretary and I, we go to visit that to look if it's good, if we can onboard this, or if we have to change a little bit the mind. I don't know now, right, because it's absolutely new for me. That is one thing. We go then later to the Worlds in Japan. This is in November. And at the moment for this year, I do not have that much time, even when I want to have that. But my business at the moment is this year very demanding from my own capacity. So I try to get managed that much what I can. For sure those two, and maybe, okay, now I know already that end of the June I will manage in Lo Stallo. I will deputizing Ian Audi for the large scale race. And here I also need to make some knowledge inside to get all the large scale rules correctly. So then I have also a little bit to learn how to do that and what.
Right, okay. So unfortunately we have to cut that interview short because they're headed out to the starting grid for the quarterfinal A here at the EFRA 1/10th IC Track European Championships in Sicily.
Francesco Perella going to lead this one away from Alexandra Cazot, Mirko Giarata, Bryce Turco, Sebastiano Scuderi, Nicolas Della, Fabio Scuderi, Eduardo Dulac, Massimiliano Abramo, Dan Jones, Dylan Cauchi, and Darren Di Cesare. Waiting for the call to put the cars down. In 3 seconds. There we go. Everybody away at the front. 2 red cars out at the front of the field. Oh, a little bit of a tag there. I think the second place man got tagged. Alexandra Cazot. He'd already made it across the line for the first time. He'll tumble down the order next time round. Perella leads from Turco. Great start there from Eduardo Dulac. Swiss driver up into 3rd position. If we can drop back 2 cars to find the 8 car, I believe that's the blue coloured car.
Blue car's already gone into the pit, so we should be on the white and green cars now coming into the sweeper. Zach? It's our 3rd and 4th place cars.
There we go. That is the 4th place, looks like, of Bramo. Yeah, Bramo, way up from P9 on the grid. Recovering a red car of Alex Cazot. Looks like he's got some serious pace in that. Despite being bundled to the back of the field, red car with the blue rear wing down the main straight. He's got speed there. Back of it and actually cost him a little bit, but he's managed to get himself into a pretty good position. You can see some people are picking already. What that is doing is it's offsetting themselves against the rest of the guys. During the last final, drivers stopping around the 18-minute mark. So what the pitmen are doing is flipping that on its head almost. Get the first stop out of the way early. You've got to do a splash and dash. Right at the end, you can do your last stop around 16 minutes, and you are good to go with a clear track right at the end. Cazot's got himself back up into 3rd position. Running with him at the moment, the red car with the blue rear wing. He dropped down the field after door handling on the first corner. Looks like he's got some pretty good pace in his car, though. Streaking his way back through the field. Looks like he's about to take 2nd place off of Turco. There we go, straight through. Was that lap traffic? No, that was lap traffic. Look quite similar to Turco. This is the 3rd place battle we're watching. 4th place, sorry. 3rd place. Heading out of the front of the shot. You can see the ebbing and flowing really between these guys as they cross the line. This is the 6th car of Nicolas Delia. See the divergence in lines there as they come out onto the main straight. Doing very similar lap times. What they've got to be careful is that they don't end up holding each other up. At the moment they're running in 4th and 5th position, neither of which are what they need to get themselves up into the semi-final going on later on. And of course, from the semi-final, top 3 from each semi will be looking to bump up into the main, and then we've got a last chance qualifier coming as well. So all of the losing semi-finalists, the ones that miss out, get put LCQ, have an opportunity to go again. You see the cars being lifted out over the pit lane there. That's one of the rules. Cars need to cross the pit wall before they're refueled. Still running with the green car. Got some traffic closed up on him. That looks from the edge of the pit.
The green car is the number 6 in 4th place. Delia.
Yep. Nicolas Delia. Just passed another green car out there. Being closed down by the green white car that's following him. Gideri.
Yeah, they were running together before the pit stops, and they're still running together now after the pit stops. Trying to chase down Cazot, who's just passed the number 8 back marker. Number 1 car.
Sometimes it depends. It depends how well you know some of the the other drivers that you're racing with. Sometimes there's a bit of an unspoken agreement that you won't you'll work together. There's no point fighting each other and slowing the pair of you down. Exactly. Delia up into 3rd position. So this is the 6th car of Delia, still running in 3rd position.
He's a little bit closer to Cazot now, I think.
Yeah, he is. That's Cazot just in the front of the shot.
So if we can get both of them together, Zach, the orange car and the coming into the kink now, and the green car just behind. being hampered slightly by the lap traffic of number 9, Odo. Now they're right together, the 2 and the 6.
Now these guys, they don't want to be fighting each other really, because they're second and third. That will do both of them. It's the worst thing is if they have coming together and take each other down to the tail end of the field. So they'll be giving each other a little bit of respect, a little bit of room. They need to know that they're running in second and third position. The pitmen will be keeping an eye on the overall position, letting them know that what they're both doing is good enough. It's kind of an unspoken respect. There you go. So Delia kind of sent that, and the spot back again. So Delia sent that a little bit. Zoe saw him coming.
Fourth place Scuderi is just about a second behind them now.
So Scuderi is the white and green car behind. Yeah, it's the Alex Hagberg inspired body, almost.
The very simplistic Alex Hagberg body, yeah.
Kind of. Alex Hagberg from it. So these two out in front. They are, 2 seconds off of Turco? Coming into the time where we're going to start seeing the second round of pit stops, I would have thought. We've got 12 and a half minutes left, so 7.5 minutes in. Again, long, seemingly long races these, but we're going to have 45 minutes later when we get up to the. Gazzo still running in position. Gazzo running with the red body shell, blue rear wing. Turco now only 1.3 seconds in front. So I think he's just been taking his care through traffic more than anything else.
Gazzo's just gone into the pits.
Yeah, and I believe Turco did just in front of him.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So just spotting that. So it's going to be fairly close to come out. Have a look as they cross the line. So yeah, gap come right down now. Gap is like 0.7 of a second between this car we're running with of Gazzo and Bruce Turco. Running order 4 from 2 from 6.
So it's the 6 and the 5 are in third and fourth. See if we can spot them on track. The 6 is just coming out of the pit complex now, going into the kink. The second of the green cars coming onto the straight now, Zach. So a third place racer. And he's got the number 5 of Scuderi about a second behind him.
Yep, 1.2 seconds between the leader, between third and fourth at the moment. So again, seeing super close finals. We saw sort of 4.5 seconds covering the top 4 in the earlier quarterfinal.
And we're just at the halfway point now.
Yeah, as everybody making their way through traffic. Pit stops going to start shaking themselves out. They'll be pretty much all cycling, have cycled through their second run of pit stops pretty shortly. Again, at this stage of the race, you're pretty well locked into a pace, locked into a rhythm. You just keep on pounding out the lap. As you're approaching people, you size them up. They're getting out of the way quite nicely by the looks of things. You're trying to make progress, keep it moving, and then you'll worry about whereabouts you are overall, more towards the end of the run after the last stop. So, quite content at the moment. Circulate if you're a very to another car. No sense in doing a really risky move at the moment. You'll start sizing up, maybe doing what we were saying earlier about taking in extra information, getting of where you're faster on track, where you're slower, where you might want to be thinking about making a move, but unless opportunity presents itself, you don't want to be putting anything particularly risky at this stage for a run. It's too much to lose. Work too hard all week to get yourself hit, and don't want to drop out of that position. So still leading this one from Turco. Then in third position. He is about 1.7 seconds down the road from Scuderi at the minute. This is the car that we're running with in third position. Doing everything he needs at the minute. Turco just in front of him. Again, we had this position earlier on in the run as well. Second and third running around together. Both of them doing exactly what they need to. Of course, you want to finish as well as you can do in a final, but no sense in throwing yourself off the track. We've got Delia into the pits. There we go, old school with a fuel bottle rather than fuel gun.
Staggered stops are starting to happen now.
Yep, so hitting them going through. You can see there some of the pitmen using a fuel bottle. You'll see some of them using a fuel gun as well. So what the fuel gun does is it takes fuel, it puts it under pressure. It's got like a ball stop valve on it. And it means that you can fire it into the tank. It may be a second quicker over the course of the stop. Saves you stopping any, spilling any fuel, but every single second counts. So that's why you'll see some of the pitmen choosing to use those. See if we can capture any of those later on. Delia still running in third position. Traffic very nicely gets out of his way. Does it in the best way, coming out onto the main straight. Just runs a little bit wide. Delays picking up the throttle. Makes it super easy. Been communicated nicely to the lapper what they need to do and where they need to keep out the way. Still this sort of battle for second. Not really a battle, they're just holding station. They're both content to circulate in second and third position. This is the car of Delia that we're running with. Turco one car in front of him. Keep on circulating, grind out the lap. Because those a couple of seconds down the road. He's like, what, 1.7 seconds down the road? That's okay, they're happy with that. 9/10 between Turco and Delia. Scuderi is where he is like 2.7 seconds back. Relatively comfortable.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look like they're trying to put any pressure on anybody. These guys, obviously fairly experienced nitro racers.
Absolutely, like we said, the aim is to get yourself through, progressing to the next final. It's that would be the worst thing in the world if you're running third, you make a risky move for second and end up collecting both of you and knocking yourself and the guy in front of you out of the bump up positions. Not only are you going to be matched with yourself, but you're going to be hiding in the pits from an angry second place man that you just fired off the track as well.
So we're approaching 5 minutes remaining. So in another minute or two, we're going to see the final round of pit stops for the leaders.
Yep, they're going to start with their final rounds of pit stops. They've kind of been a little bit staggered over the course of the sort of a 30-second window over the course of like a 2 or 3 lap window. Again, you don't really want to pull your driver in on the same lap as everybody else if you can avoid it as a pit man. You're just trying to get yourself as work as clear of view of what's going on as possible. Looked kind of like he was going to head for the pits there, did Delia?
Yeah, I think he could probably get out and possibly be right with Scuderi if Scuderi drove past the pits. Scuderi's dropped back several seconds now. He's almost like a sector of the track behind.
Yeah, it's 3.4 seconds.
Yeah, so the gap's doubled now.
Looks to be like sort of 4 or 5 seconds slower for a pit stop. that it's costing them. So yeah, he would drop out just behind, I believe, behind Scuderi. But then obviously if you get it back, Scuderi's got to stop.
And he's coming to the pits. Number 6 car of Delia. Final
There we go,
stop.
fuel
Just
bottle.
under 4 minutes remaining.
And there we go. That's exactly what you want as a driver, a non-panicked pitman. So super experienced there. Car back up and running. Pitman breathes a sigh of relief. And the engine's not flamed out or anything like that.
Scuderi's
So,
a couple seconds behind, so he must have pitted around the same time, or just before.
It looks like, yep. So Delia currently in 4th position. Giorata's got himself up into 3rd, but he hasn't stopped yet. So Giorata now moves to the lead. Kazo and Turco. In fact, Delia got in front of Kazo. Kazo's dropping down the field. So Kazo looks like he had some kind of problem in the pits. Scuderi's jumped in front of him.
There's a bright orange car that's just been taken off the track. Just stopped, so it looks like it flamed out. Was that
Delia? He through that pit stop sequence moved himself into the lead. So it's now Turco who is in 3rd position with Giorata in 4th. Turco and Giorata very, very close together. They were like 3 tenths apart, so that's car 4 and car 3. I believe one might be a pink and white car. Turco, if we can pick that up.
Number 4. Just coming into the pit lane complex, is battling with, he's just been taken out quite harshly by a couple of back markers. He's coming through the kink now, the pink and white, or the white and pink. Number 4 of Turco. Or is it Bryce? I never know which is the last name.
It's
around the hairpin.
I believe it's Bryce Turco. So Scuderi up into 2nd, Kazo in 3rd, Giorata in 4th. And in fact, we've got, Delia is like 3 and a bit seconds down the road, but Scuderi, Kazo, Giorata, Turco covered. In fact, Turco's dropped off a little bit, but Giorata, Scuderi, Kazo, Giorata covered by 2 seconds, covering 2nd, 3rd, 4th at the minute.
Okay, so we need
So
to find
5,
Kazo
2,
in 3rd,
3.
coming through the kink, and the white with the blue, the orange with the blue wing. Coming across the finish line now, the only orange car in that sector. That's our 3rd place man, car number 2 of Kazo.
Scuderi looks like he's 1 car in front, and Giorata 1 car behind. Giorata is the orange car. We're running with Kazo, just over a minute left. Delia did really well out of that last round of pit stops.
He certainly did, yes.
So again, we're pretty close finish to this. This looking like it's going to be a faster semi, because they did, I believe it was 72 laps in the previous, quarter. They did 72 laps in the previous one. We've got 45 seconds left. We're already on up on the 71s for the top. Yeah, even Turco's not out of this. He's 5th place completely. He's 3 seconds behind. And
Kazo
we've got
and Giorata are together now. These 2 orange cars. That's our 3rd and 4th.
You can see that. That's 3rd and 4th position right together as they come down the main straight with 20 seconds to go. So we're going to see a late change for the bump-up position. Giorata, now's the time. If you think you've got a risky move in your pocket, now's the time that Giorata needs to think about this. He's going to be, oh, there we go, bit of a slide. We've got Scuderi in 2nd position as well. So they're on to their final lap now.
So this is the do-or-die moment.
Turco missed it out. Giorata going to try everything down the main straight. Is he going to throw it at the line, see if he can make it? He's gone around the outside. Oh, just about missed out. So what did we have? We had between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. We had, what was that? Half a second, effectively.
Yeah, at best, that was tight.
So that was really, really close between them. And in fact, Mirko Giorati, best lap 15.29. So he had the fastest lap of everybody in that. But another really, really close final going on there between them. So Mirko Giorata, really unlucky to miss out on that one. But we now have our semi-final lineup. complete.
Indeed. Wow, that was even tighter than the first quarterfinal.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said, that was a faster semi-final than the first one. Partly, I think that's going to be down to track conditions. It's also sort of the way that the stagger builds. You tend to get the A side of the finals being faster than the B side. Because they're the quicker qualifiers, or they've tended to be the quicker qualifiers. So all things being equal, you'd expect them to be slightly faster anyway. But then also the track conditions, sort of zero practice this morning other than the warm-up. So these guys had a advantage of a cleaner track, having had 20 minutes of running on it. Track temperature is going to be rising slightly. They're going to have risen slightly on there, so that's good to see. Building for later finals, just going to have a quick look at the timetable and see when the next
10:30 for the semi-final B.
Yeah, okay, that's correct. Yeah, so 10:30 is the start of the next final. So it's around 20 minutes that we have before that one.
Indeed. You're watching the EFRA 1/10th IC Track European Championships, brought to you by X-Ray. If you're watching at home, thank you very much for commenting along. Chris Grimes is saying good morning. Francesco De Gabriel, good morning everybody from Malta. A name I can't pronounce, in the US, is watching in the US and says it's insane how fast these cars are today. Indeed, Greg at home says these cars are making me dizzy, and John Burrell simply gives us the thumbs up emoji. Keep your comments coming in. It's going to be, that was a cracking set of quarterfinals. So the semi-finals, I think, are going to be next level, leading to a main final, which is going to be off the scale. It may appear like Dario Balestri has run away with this, but that's what happened last year. He ran away with it, and then due to some pit errors, it ran away from him, unfortunately. So definitely everything is to play for.
I did I didn't want to bring it up directly when we were watching the Super Bowl together, but
I noticed.
I was asking. Well, because he was sat next to me, and he can be kind of intense, I think. And his very large pitman, who is about 3 times his size, was sat next to him. I was like, okay, I'm not going to mention anything and try to apportion any blame. But how are you thinking about what are you thinking about doing the tire changes? What's your thoughts on that? Who decides? Who's going to decide this time? So I kind of skirted around the issue, but I'm not one for hardball questions really when we're on air. But it was very interesting to get his insights on that. So, but just on the grip of the track though, everyone has said that this is a very high grip track. I should say it's a good track for traction, I should say, and the traction is coming up the more they run on it. And just a little bit of cool little info, it's actually paved with volcanic tarmac, believe it or not, because we're just a few miles from Etna.
Wow.
The track is lava.
Yes. Exactly. So we have some big names. Yeah, we have some big names coming up in this quarterfinal B. We have Yilis Grosskamp on pole. We have Alessio Mazzeo, both former European champions. Yilis, obviously a world champion in an electric touring car. Milan Holtias, who's definitely a future star for the Infinity team. Spiniello, Guillermo Licaris is the only Grecian racer. Daniel Shepis, and then we have the bump up guys of Glorenic, Pelois or Pelois, we don't know which yet, and Fiqueira, who bumped up from the quarterfinal. So we are here at Giordani Naxos in Sicily. Again, the track is still quite wet, but we're filling in the time talking with Thilo Diekmann from Germany, representing Capricorn and the DMC German Federation. So Thilo, what is this car, and what's it doing here?
That's the new 230 millimeter class. This is like a promotion class here, so not an official title, and we're just here to gather some information about this new class.
And so there's just a few racers running it, but it looks, obviously it's a whole new kit from Capricorn?
No, actually it's like the normal kit. We're also running in 200 millimeter with some parts to make it fit to the new bodies.
Oh, okay, so new body shell. Can we see underneath it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so if we can just talk us through it and just point at whatever you're talking about.
So as I told you, like this is the normal CO4 car. Actually, this is my car from last season. I bring it here, and it has the normal CO4 spec. And we just have some new parts for the 230 millimeter class, which of course has bigger tires in the front and the rear. And we have this optional brace in the rear that allows us to have independent suspension, so the body is not moving with the suspension like in 1.8. And actually that's also a new shock tower here in the rear and some new positions to make it better geometry for the wire tires.
Okay, so I mean this used to be basically the companion class to the 1/8 scale Nitro on road. So what has brought it back? Is it just people who used to race these in the 90s and 2000s going, oh, remember that class? It was really fast and looked cool.
I think there are two parties that racing 230 millimeters now. It's either the old guys, like the guys that know it from the past, and also some racers that are looking for a class that is a little bit more easy to drive. Then, to be honest, 200 millimeter class has become a little bit crazy in the last 3 years with the power, and also with the aerodynamic. The car's getting more and more difficult to adjust, and everything is very on the limit. And people are searching for a class which is just more fun to enjoy.
So these use basically the same drivetrain, same engine, everything, just a few different parts, and obviously a different size, a wider, obviously, body.
Yeah, it's a wider body, which is also a little bit heavier, which makes them more resistant to crashes and stuff. And also some new parts to make it fit for the body. But you can also use it just a normal kit, which will also fit. But for drivability, it's better to use these parts. And for Capricorn, I can only speak for Capricorn. They make two kits, one is wide, which also have the parts already included.
Okay, so you kind of get two cars in one kit if you get the wide version.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I mean, options are always great. So that rear downforce, explain how that is different to someone who's might only be familiar with touring cars and mounting the body mounts to the rear shock tower or something like that, or sticking straight out the back like a bumper nowadays. How is that different to how a touring car rear body mount is?
Okay, so if the touring car is generating downforce, it's always pushing the shock tower, so every downforce we have is going through the shock tower into the car, through the suspension on the tires. And with this body mount, every downforce you get from the body, which is a lot because the body is quite big, it's pushing directly on the rear tires. So you have more traction in the rear, and together with the wider tires, you just have a more easy to drive car with more traction. And since the power is still the same with the same engines, the power compared to the downforce is less. So you have more like a GT style car. So you have more corner speed, everything is more easy because on power is there's no explosion, there's just real acceleration.
Very cool. And in the old days, as I hesitate to say, I'm one of those old guys probably. I never actually raced these, but I started racing nitro with touring cars. But in the old days, these were pan car chassis, weren't they? Like the Le Mans style, the Can-Am style body shells. And now the touring car style?
No, the class actually was about the same. There was a two-wheel drive and a four-wheel drive class. It has a conventional suspension setup, like we see on the 200 millimeter, and they had the different engines that those days had the same power that the small engines now have. So the power was compared it's actually the same. It just has bigger engines, and since the evolution of the engines became bigger and bigger. The small engine now provides the same power than before.
Yeah, I just remembered as you were talking, you may have seen me remember that they were 21 size and then 15 size, weren't they?
Yes, exactly. 25 size, which was 2.5 cubic centimeters, and now it's 2.1 cubic centimeters. But the power is maybe even more than those days.
It's amazing how the developments come on in just a couple decades, isn't it?
That's racing, that's normal. But I think for the customers and for the more hobby drivers, it's maybe a good option to enjoy racing again.
That's really cool. I love that this has been introduced as an invitational class, and even though there's only a few racers that are running it, hopefully this turns into something like F1 in the large-scale touring car, where it's kind of like a more seen as more of a fun class. They're still a European champion, but it's a sort of a meant to be sort of feeder class into the more serious large touring cars.
This is also what we are missing in Nitro. Like in Nitro, we have the 1.8, which is the Formula 1 of Nitro Sport, and 200mm with all the pro guys here. And even me is like an amateur, but still a very ambitious driver. It's got a little bit too far for the guys that just want to enjoy. And we need some kind of entry class, like with the pole starter, what we have like 10 years before. We need a class like this where people can start with the hobby, learn, and then evolve and may change to the other classes.
And so now a bit on to you. Are you racing touring car as well here?
Yeah, I'm racing both class, 200mm and 230. I guess I will race a lot, but doing to the weather, it's kind of relaxing still.
Yeah. So it's interesting. Are you maybe getting a little bit extra track knowledge, or the setups are just too different?
No, the setups are completely different. Also, the driving style is different. Maybe you learn the layout, but we had 3 days full of practice, so there's nothing to learn from it. Maybe it's even a disadvantage because you have to adapt to the driving style every time. But to be honest, I don't take this very serious. So for me, it's just fun.
Well, I mean that's the whole idea, isn't it? It's model car racing. And so, are you going to be racing anything else? Or do you do any electric, or is it just Nitro?
I used to run auto electric, but since I start my own business in the RC industry, I don't find a lot of time, and I'm happy for the 1 or 2 months break I have. I also race a lot overseas, and so Nitro only for me. Okay. I'm a Nitro head.
Very good, very good. And now just a little bit about Dominic Greiner. We chatted about him off camera, obviously, earlier. So what is the story? Why isn't the defending European champion here to defend his title, basically?
I'm constantly chatting with him because he's a good friend of me, and I'm also his mechanic on the important races. And there's just no holiday left because he has a normal job, a regular 5-day job. And so there are more plans for the European Championship 1.8 later in the year in Portugal, and also for the 1.8 Worlds in Japan later this year. Then there is the ENS race series. This is also 2 more races, so that's just not enough holiday. That's easy holidays.
It's real life, isn't it?
We're still chatting a lot, and we hope for his help because even from the videos, he has some ideas to try, and he would love to be here.
That's amazing. So you guys are actually videoing maybe your car's actions on the track, and then he's providing some tips, saying, "I noticed in this turn you're doing this," or maybe try that setup.
Oh, it's more like we saw videos from other cars, and we see our cars compared to the cars of the competition, and we see our car is not that good as them on that stages, and we have advantage there and there. So maybe try this and try this. So.
And of course, you have Alessio Maceo on your teams, who's this is his home track basically now.
Yeah, that's his home track, and I chatted with him a few hours ago, and he told to me that normally they're used to a lot more traction, and because they also use the additive, and now he knows where to go, but I also don't think on this kind of level there's no real home advantage.
All right, excellent. So will we be seeing you in Portugal?
Yes, as a mechanic of Dominic, and also in Japan, but I don't race myself.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm there as well, so we'll see you there. There we go. That's Thilo Diekmann from Germany. So I hope that was some
very interesting stuff
and useful info. Yeah.
Very interesting stuff. Kosh Keatley is watching. Oh, Chris Grimes says, hi, Thilo. Kosh says, 15 was the 235mm cars, and the two-wheel drive ran the Group C body shells until the 200mm class took off and effectively killed the 235 off, as it was cheaper and better racing, especially for the club racer. So, there you go.
Yeah, and it's interesting how now the Nitro Touring car, which killed off the 15 235 class, is now being killed off because it's too complicated, and the 235 using a touring car chassis is now maybe coming up, hopefully coming up. So yeah, it's interesting how it's all, I mean, fashion is cyclical, everything's cyclical now. Cyclical? One of those.
Absolutely. You put any class in the hands of racers, and they try and make it faster. It's always the way. They'll try and make it faster. It becomes more complicated. The popularity drops. The class it superseded, there's nostalgia for it. It starts making a bit of a comeback. And it just continues cycling. Cycling through like that. At the moment, they're conversion kits for the 200mm cars. Someone, at some point in the next couple of years, no doubt, will do a dedicated 235mm car that optimizes the build of the car around that geometry rather than making compromises to suit the 200mm touring car stuff. And the cycle begins again.
Yeah, well, it would depend on the rules, the federations, I suppose, to maybe keep it, keep the specific rules from Nitro Touring car, the measurements and stuff like that, and say these are the measurements, and then add these tires or this body. I suppose it'll be the bodies and the tires that'll, I don't know, whatever's not regulated enough will become the thing that gets optimized, isn't it? So it's. Yeah, but
bodies will be the big thing. We Thilo just mentioned bodies that the bodies are heavier at the moment. They've been pulled out of a standard, a fairly standard weight material. You'll start seeing people pulling light body shells.
But that's what I mean though. If the rules organizers say, okay, no lightweight bodies, they must be pulled from thicker body, because that makes it more beginner friendly. You're not buying, 5 body shells every week, which is, it just makes it.
Oh, but you are, because you're looking for a thin, thick body shell.
The medium thick and the medium thin thick. Half a layer of paint.
Then,
but it's cool. I mean, if I were to get into nitro racing, that's what I would try, because nitro racing just got too complex for me, just like electric racing did. So it's, but that's me. It's I'm a casual racer, if anything, and that's the kind of nitro class I'd be. Oh, well, I mentioned yesterday on the stream that GT8 is the next event we're going to in a couple of weeks, and that's probably the ideal class for me until they optimize the hell out of that. So yeah, but
absolutely. I mean, they started out as rallycross cars with body shells, and then you start short shocks, you start getting lowered shock towers. They realise they need the suspension travel, and before you know it, then the car it's developed into its own a standalone platform rather than a converted existing platform. It's always the way it happens.
Yeah. And there's a World Championships for that happening later in the year, which is one of the reasons why we're doing the European Championships. So it remains to be seen whether we're going to have a lot of American racers coming from the Roar, and I can't remember what the South American contingent is called, but FEMCA. It's like you say, maybe it'll get super optimized and lose popularity, but it's popular enough to have a European and World Championship. And here comes Dan Jones. He's walking past me now to go to his marshalling point. He's the chairman of the GT8 category for EFRA. So he's out here racing, doing some scouting potentially, because there's hope that this facility will be hosting the European Championship for GT8 next year. As the cars are warmed up, they're all started, and they're about to go out on track for their warm-up.
Jules Groskamp going to look to get his way into the main. Alessio Mazzio, Milan Holtwies. Spiniello, Giamo, Liakis, Chepis. Then we've got Glorinet, Polois, and Fichera. Potentially got a little bit of an advantage those last three that they've already run through the quarters this morning. They'll be, they'll go out there in for the first semi and feel that they know what they're doing. They know what they've got underneath them. Others have still got to feel that out. But, getting for release. Check over the car. That's the 8 car of Glorinek. Having already been out. Last minute adjustment from the pitman. Car's released out onto the circuit for a couple of minutes of warm up.
So here's where we start to see the really professional racers. Got a mix of brands out there. Got Infinity. We have, I think there's one, Guillermo, I think is the Serpent racer. It's going to mostly be Infinity and Capricorn with a scattering of X-Ray and a few Serpents. If any of our viewers are curious about what brands are being run out on track, of course, if you follow a particular brand, you'll know who your favorite racer is already running. As far as engines, we've got Max Power, Tuned, which is, I think, a great name for an engine manufacturer. Is that Guimar, I think? OS, Max, Tuned. So there's a couple of Guimars out there. I only have manufacturer information from most of the Italian racers. So these might be skewed a bit for the Italian tuning houses like ELAC and stuff, but yeah, it's a decent mix, but we are missing some notable names. But I think all of the major nitro chassis makers are represented here.
Yep, just as you'd expect at a European Championships, getting everybody in and involved at the front of the field. The warm-up going on now. Again, this is the first time on track for 7 of these 10 drivers today.
That's true. There's no free practice or controlled practice allowed on finals day at the EFRA events, the European Championship events. It's straight out. The first time you go out on track is the practice, the warm-up time immediately before your final. Unless, of course, you bumped up.
For the top 2, I was going to Dario Balestri and Tony Gruber. I've got believe it's a 10-minute warm-up session directly before the last chance qualifying.
Yeah, and if I'd thought about it, I would have asked Tony or Dario both what they're going to be listening for when, what their mechanics are going to be watching for and listening for when they're, because it's just going to be them two out on track, isn't it? So if one of them's in the pit and the other one's out, you'll be listening. Oh, what's his clutch doing? How lean is he running? And but I think we got a lot of that info yesterday from the Super Pole. But it's still good. I love that sort of intriguey sort of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always stuff going on, and then you're questioning it and looking at the validity of the information you see.
Yeah.
They'll be trying. They'll be wanting to try stuff, no doubt, and put themselves out there.
And then maybe wondering if the other guy's sandbagging or showing off a little bit, misinformation. I've seen that.
Absolutely.
Plenty of times.
Yeah, definitely. It's all part of the game. Throw a bit of information, psychological warfare going out out there on track. The car's still circulating at the moment, just during the warm-up.
Yeah, the bleachers, or I believe it's in Italian, it's called the Tribune, next to the driver's stand is starting to get full up now. I think it's the top row is already full. We've got people filming and taking photos.
Well, of course, you've got the quarterfinalists who haven't made it through to the semis. They're now effectively their weekend's now done. They haven't got any further races. During qualifying, they've got to go and prep their cars.
Yeah.
Now they're done, so they can go and cheer on their mates.
Well, they're not chilling just yet because they're actually out marshalling. But the mechanics and the family members and they're out there.
Yes, there's it's as you go on through the meeting, the number of people with an interest in what or needing to prepare stuff to go out on the track reduces.
So weirdly, everybody but this one car is out on track, is in the pits. There's another car just going out now. So I don't know what the thinking is. Oh, they still
I think they're kind of expecting that they've been out there for. Yeah, they've been out there for quite a long time. I don't know if they've had the modern equivalent of an interference call. I think it still exists in plenty of rule books.
Yes.
But,
I haven't heard anything. It's a bit hard to hear the tannoy or PA system from where I'm at, but it could be someone is called a 10-minute.
There is a little window that they can call for a small break. We have seen a car.
They wouldn't be allowed on track, would they?
I'm not sure exactly on that one.
I don't know. Yeah, there is a car being worked on underneath the pit area. None of our cameras would be able to see it. I can only just see it with my bare eyes, so to speak. But there is a gathering of Infinity shirts. It could be around. It's either Milan or Yilis. I'm not sure exactly. No, if it was Yilis, I see Yilis's mechanic, I believe. So I don't think it's Yilis's car. But the referee is not on the rostrum. Our referee, Fabio, I believe he's from France. He's not on the rostrum, so I think we've got a delay. And Yilis has stepped away from the rostrum. So, yeah. But, of course, 10-minute delay may have been called, but, of course, they can I believe they can just cancel it at any time. They can say, okay, my car is okay, I'm ready to go, or that's it, I'm done, and I'm going back to the pits, and then...
yes, but I think they then have to have a warm-up period again because everybody else then has to... You have to let everybody else... there needs to be a couple of minutes warm.
But that's what I mean. It's a bit strange because, I mean, there's still a car... they're just coming in and going back out sort of at their leisure. So if it is a 10-minute delay, they're still letting people go out on track. I mean, so I don't know the procedure though. So our man Zach is checking out, seeing if there's anything he can't. He's gives the Gallic shrug. Don't know what's happening.
Obviously, here one car circulating.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shift up as it goes down the back straight. You don't normally hear that because you've normally got a cacophony of cars going and hear all the noises together. But hearing one go round is it's quite interesting. Just picking out the engine note from it.
Okay, we've just had an announcement. 4 minutes to start, I think. So.
Okay.
I'm not sure what happened. There's still a gaggle of black shirts underneath the rostrum on the mechanic area. So it's unfortunately, we're not we are not privy to exactly what is going on, to everything that's going on, I should say. The poor drivers from the semifinal are still they're just sat out there because there are cars running around. They have to remain out there, so they're basically staying out there for an extra 10 minutes longer than they expected to. But I think at this sort of level, you kind of expect at least one delay between every couple of races. But
yeah, there's slots built into the timetable for it. There's additional gaps. There's sort of 20 minutes after the timetabled ending of the B semi before the A semi would start.
Yeah,
I
saw a mechanic. I believe it was one of the mechanics that was working on the car that's behind the pits. Okay, so there's a car. Well, I saw a mechanic putting his headset on, so I think whatever car was being worked on previously is nearly ready to return. And there's a driver returning to the pit area. I think it's Gayama because he's wearing a serpent shirt. So yeah, all the cars are revving now, and everyone's getting warmed up again. So that is, at least for this race, that is the final delay that we're going to see, because only one delay can be called per race.
Yep, that's correct. So, effectively, the warm-up period begins again.
And we can see several cars out there now. So once again, just running down the list of names. We've got Grosskamp, former world champion, 8th on-road European champion. Maseo, who's several years ago European champion in this class. Milan Holtius from the Netherlands. Mario Spiniello and Rosario Gayamo from Italy. Vasilis Lakaris from Greece. Daniel Shepis from Italy. And then the bump-ups are Glorenik in the 8th spot, Palois and Fiqueira. And I think it's like there's new people who are showing up. They look like RC people, but like extra cars are starting to get parked along the back side of along the main straight. So I think we actually have some extra spectators. Unfortunately, I don't think they're non-RC people, but still, some extra people coming in. It's cool.
Absolutely. You always get people from sort of other classes when you have a Euros in your home country. You always go along and have a look if you're an interested racer. I know at the 12th Euros earlier in the year in Eastbourne, we had a bunch of sort of touring car drivers make their way along to have a look, sort of relatively local, but going a little bit out of their way. And obviously, quite often as well, they're putting something back into the hobby and helping to staff the event, like scrutineering and stuff like that as well. You'll get race from other classes helping out with little bits like that. So always much appreciated.
We've got Tony Gruber stood in the shade near us, our Super Pole winner. We saw his interview earlier on in the stream. Couple of interesting questions. Good chat with him yesterday, and also good chat with Dario as he was watching Tony Gruber take that Super Pole. So I think Tony is. Apart from Dario, between them both, they're the most like jacked up, as in muscular dudes here at the track. I mean, Dario he's pretty stacked, but Tony is like he's wider, he's taller than Dario. He's a muscular dude.
That's good intel, Frank. It's good to know.
Well, I'm just using what I see with my eyes. He's just stood right there. So, stood next to Papa Thurston. I think is this Alex coming up? Stand next to him. So just waiting for the warm-up to run down. I think Teo from Amchi is he stood there with the red flag, just waiting to wave it out and tell everyone to come into the pits.
Signal everybody into the pits so that they're
he's ready to. He's ready to. Most of the cars are in the pits now, but there's still he's letting them circulate still. But with a single wave of his wrist, he'll have that red flag out and be telling everyone to
he
come
will.
in. There he goes.
Long walk back around the circuit.
There
we go.
Semifinal B ready to start imminently.
There go the mechanics walking around the rear side of the circuit, or across the circuit in some cases, taking the shortest route. They're heading out there just with a fuel bottle to top it up. They're not allowed to take starter boxes, anything like that. So you really don't want your engine to flame out when you're stood right the other side of the track. Being unable to do anything from over there. Just got a quick run back to start the engine if it cuts. Not a great feeling.
Yeah, effectively a very long pit start. But here we go.
Here we go. They'll get put down at 3 seconds. Cars down and away. Jules nearly collects the flag at the front of this. Very experienced, exactly what he's doing, as does Alessio Mazzio. Milan running in 3rd position. Guglielmo does look like he's running, and in fact he's got the jump on Spinello as well. Spinello dropping down the order.
Yeah, he got tapped just before the finish line, coming into not even before the first lap finished.
But everybody makes up, so no retirements. The 10-minute break being used to good effect. Get everyone running. Jules leading away at the front. He's already got about 8 seconds per second. This battle for 2nd and 3rd, Alessio Mazzio and Holtwist. Guglielmo is the yellow-coloured car in 4th position. So he needs to be making a bit of progress. Jules looks like he's starting to break away. He's now like 1.2 seconds ahead. So he's looking like he's got a little bit of pace in his pocket at this stage. I think he's definitely going to be one to watch for the finals. Didn't quite have the pace in Superpole, but very experienced racer. Always very smooth, normally pretty good on fuel mileage. Makes him a strong threat for finals.
Holty is crawling all over the back of Alessio. Mazzeo is kind of the cork in the bottle here, I think.
It does look that way a little bit. Groskamp's gone away. That's a fantastic figure when you're in Jules. You're driving around and you're circulating, and it feels quite easy sometimes when you're doing that. And you get detail away from everybody. It's you don't know necessarily the gap in terms of time, but you mentally start sort of checking yourself where you're crossing other people on track. So you'll know that as you come out the corner and go off down a main straight, you know, where someone else is, and you're always checking yourself at your position on track relative to other people. Even if you haven't got an idea on time itself, you're using the judge of your pace. relative
course,
to others.
the mechanics on the radio headsets are going to be acting as spotters for their drivers, but from the drivers I've talked to, they don't like to have big, long chats. They just like to have, okay, come in now, or something like that sort of information. They don't necessarily need to...
Yes, it depends. I think as you get further up the... as we discussed earlier, right, as you start getting further up the field, I think the mental capacity and spatial awareness of the drivers is greater. When you start speaking to some of these top guides, they'll start... It's amazing what they identify going on track. But Mazzio's still running in second position.
Yeah.
Holtwist in third.
Yeah. Quite a gaggle behind him now, all battling for position to be... they're actually battling so much they've fallen behind Mazzio just a bit. So how many drivers are going to be bumping up? Is it going to be 5? Who should we be watching here? 4th or 5th?
We've got... we've already got 2 through to the main, so we're going to get the... What we're going to get, I believe it's 4 and 4, and then we've got the last chance qualifier to make it in. Is the normal procedure that we're going to get.
So what race position should we be looking at here as they're starting to do their first pits?
I think 3rd and 4th is what we want to be looking at still.
Okay, so at the moment, we'll let the pits circulate as we're counting down to the 15-minute to go mark. But at the moment, we're going to be looking at the 3 and the 5, it looks like. See if you can spot those on track.
Yeah.
And they're
in
just
fact, what we're going to see is
towards you, Zach, in the pit section, about to go into the kink, the bright pink and yellow, and then the orange car. I believe those are all 3 in line together. That is the 3, the 5, and the 7 who's jumped up of Shepis.
Yeah. So looking at this, what it's going to be is it will be the top 3 from each semi-final. It will be the fastest 4th place. We'll get ourselves into the main. Then the last one will be the last chance qualifier. So you need to be in the top 3 of semis to definitely be. You need a quick time if you're in 4th place, and then hope that the other semi-final isn't faster. Obviously, the A side of the semis got that advantage. They know what the Bs have done. The B, the B side of the semis is flying a bit blind at the moment.
Yeah.
Gill's looking pretty comfortable out in front at the minute. He is 4 seconds up on Alessio.
I would say that's a pretty good gap.
It's pretty comfortable. The one thing is, when you say it does matter and it doesn't matter, obviously you want to get through, but then at the moment, we only know the first 2 positions on the grid. The grid order then gets sorted by your fastest time from the semi. So potentially, you could have Gilles win this semi, but the next is a lot faster. He could still end up sort of 7th on the grid.
Yeah. So it looks like Milan, who we're following on the screen right now, is currently in 3rd. So if the flag were to drop now, he would be into the final for sure. But he's visibly catching Mazzeo, who's in the red car just ahead. So this is going to be 2nd and 3rd of Mazzeo and Holthius.
Yep, Guillamo's not a million miles behind.
No, he's just behind.
2nd.
But just in case these two come together, because Holthius is not afraid to put a move on Mazzeo. So they might take each other out and let in that number 7 of Shepis. So this could all be coming together in a couple of minutes.
Well, Shepis has stopped. Shepis looks like he's stopped.
It's
his timing has
is it
dropped to the
Guillaume, I think.
Guillermo is the 4th place. Guillermo is going to be, if he finishes 4th, he's got a possibility of making it in. He needs a quick time, though. So
yeah, but he's immediately behind Holthius, is what I mean. And it looks like Maceo has come in for a pit, so now he's dropped behind them now. So it's Holthius has just flamed out at the finish line. That's Holthius on screen now. So he's being run back to the pit. I believe his dad is his mechanic. So this will upset the cart.
There we go.
And there's Yillis coming in for a pit, as we can see. Yillis is back out. Holthius is able to get started again. He can certainly make his way back up, I think, but he's dropped down to 5th already. Is getting passed by cars that are out on the track. And there he goes.
Of course, the back up and running.
Okay.
So what you saw there, we're putting the picture.
Holthius has a job ahead of him now.
He does. Let's see where he's dropped to. Okay, he's in 6th position at the moment. He will have a chance later on. If he still finishes there, he'll have a chance in the last chance qualifier. Everybody else would kind of have their head in their hands a little bit, because what you don't want when you go into a last qualifier is someone who's got massive pace. Because there's only one position in that last chance qualifier. You don't really want someone in there with you that's got huge pace. You want to be around other cars that are similar speed to you, but that's what he can do there. Guillermo is up into 3rd position.
The next yellow car to come across the finish line now, coming towards you, that is our 3rd place car, number 5 of Guillermo. And he's about to go on the straight. So we've picked him up. That's our number 5 of Rosario Guillermo.
It is. Spiniello running in the 4th position at the moment. And is, what is he, 4.8 seconds back?
Yeah, he's a whole
from
second
Guillermo.
behind.
Yeah. And Spiniello looking... He's no threat, but also he's under no threat himself, really. Lycaris is another 5 seconds behind, 5-6 seconds behind him. And Milan's about a lap down on him. Milan Holtwitz is about a lap down on him. So this is kind of settling down. We've gone past half distance now. But as we've already seen with Milan Holtwitz, it's so easy. Just flamed out there. And I mean, it's never fortunate to flame out, but he was pretty fortunate that it was right by the pit entry when he did it. And
yeah, very.
And Marsh could get him in retrieving.
He is battling very hard with Tony Spiniello, so they're either pushing themselves or going to take themselves out of contention completely.
Flat down. So
yeah,
Spiniello's best actually to drop in behind him and try and pick up a bit of a toe. He knows Milan's got the pace in his car. Spiniello's running in 4th position at the moment. I'm not necessarily sure he'll have that information to get sort of target fixation when you're out there driving. Yeah. But his absolute bet would be to let him pass, sit in behind him, just take the toe off of him, try and get himself pulled up into towards the back of Guillermo, who's 6 seconds down the road.
Both of them have Yillis coming up on them as well as they're coming down the straight. But we're going to stay on the 3rd place man of Guillermo for now, because that's the important position.
Guillermo holding on to it at the minute. What is it? Guillermo is just over 2 off the back of Alessio Maschio. Yeah, Spiniello from Guillermo somewhere around the 6 second mark. You can see there what we said about wanting a clear pit lane. That was a quick stop. Yeah, what we were saying about wanting a clear pit lane so that you can get the unobstructed access to the car. Here comes Gilles.
I think Guillermo is running just behind Holthius at the moment now, so Holthius not where he wants to be in relation to Guillermo, but
Well, there's a lap between them on track, but like we said,
Yeah.
I think Guillermo maybe realised that he doesn't need to, if someone's a lap down on you and they're quick, you're better off almost sitting in behind them. If you're occupying one of the top three, keep them within reach. We're coming up to, what are we, just under 7 minutes of this Semi B remaining.
Yeah.
Jules Groskamp looking pretty comfortable out in front at the moment. Guillermo running in second position, about 8 seconds back. Mazzio running in third position. And in fact, Mazzio and Spiniello are pretty close now. We can find 2 and 4. So Guillermo's got past Mazzio in all of that. That stops.
Mazzeo's just about to come through the kink in the red car. Spiniello, I believe, is in the white car just behind as they're coming down the straight, about to cross the finish line. That is Mazzeo in the number 2.
Yeah, it's about 0.8 of a second between them.
And who's that just behind? Yeah, that's Yillis hassling the car 4 of Spiniello. So maybe a little bit of team game.
Yeah, that looks pretty comfortable. His lead now is, 7.9 seconds over Guillermo, so he's half a lap down the road. That's a nice thing as a driver to have in your pocket. You know people are obliged to get out of your way, but you don't feel the need to dive past at the very first opportunity. When you get there, you can sit back for a corner, take information around you, not do anything risky, and just, when the opportunity presents itself, you don't have to make a risky move. You can see there, Jules just backs out.
Avoiding that.
Yeah, he's got that in his pocket. His pace earlier in the run that earned him that. He can afford to just, hold off getting on the gas, just to, stay out of someone's way. There we go. He's a little opportunity, poked his nose in there, got through that gap.
So let's see how quickly Yillis can get past Mazzeo here. Mazzeo is the red car in third, just ahead, Zach.
This is a good opportunity as well for Spiniello, because Mazzio has to get out of the way for Gilles. And Spiniello, he can stick on the back of him now. He's let him through and use that as an opportunity to head through. Milan Holtquist not really made any progress from that 6th position after his earlier flame out.
No, that's true, but it's one of these situations where, as I'm sure you know, and probably were about to mention it yourself, but if someone else flames out ahead of him, that's another position or 2 that he can get back, and just hope.
You don't stop until whilst you've still got 4 wheels on your car, you keep going.
Yeah. The race isn't over until the final flag.
Absolutely. So just keep it moving, keep it circulating. And having said that, he's now just moved up, got himself past Licaris.
So he's
still 8 seconds up on Guillermo. That's Spiniello coming back. Guillermo now. Spiniello has got himself about 5 seconds over Mazzio, and he's less than 2 seconds down on Guillermo.
Yeah. And just one last thing on Holthius. Just one last thing on Holthius. He's the car immediately in front of the red car of Mazzeo, who we're watching here. That flash of pink just ahead is Holthius. So but Holthius is the next car behind, if you know what I mean. So he's almost a full lap down on Mazzeo.
Yeah. Yeah. So with what is there, 2 minutes 20 left. So pretty much everybody should have done their final fuel stops now. So run for the flag.
Yeah, so we're going to stay with this red car here, Zach. This our third place man, Alessio Mazzeo. And obviously he's going to be hoping to... this is basically his home track. We played his interview once or twice yesterday. He's his home track in Messina, which is just north of here, closed down. So this is now effectively his home track. He spends a lot of time here. So he knows the track really well. And, of course, he'd be hoping to get into the main final later today. And if the flag were to drop now, which is a phrase I hate, but is very useful, he would actually be in the final, as he's let Grosskamp through.
Yeah, he has. So Grosskamp's lap up to third position. That'll be a nice thing for Gilles going into the final later to get yourself in, pending scrutineering.
Yeah, definitely.
We've had some. The car still needs scrutineering after this. Most common thing is fuel tank size or fuel system volume. You tend to get, as temperatures increase, you start getting quite often fuel tanks swelling slightly, and volume of the tank or fuel system increase slightly. I'll have half an eye on that. Gilles start off after trying to lap Guayama, can lap the field. You can see him disappearing out the front of the shot. So as we're coming into the final 30 seconds, Matteo has got 2 seconds over Spiniello. Should be fairly comfortable with 20 seconds left. So I have this lap and one more. Yeah, this lap and one more that he gets.
So the car's starting to finish now. And there we go. That's Mazzeo crossing the line to claim the final bump-up spot in this run.
Spiniello's done a 77 in 2:12.
So
that's the important. We're keeping an eye out on for Mario Spiniello.
Exactly, yeah. Not exactly a barnstormer that the quarterfinals built up, but still, it's all very important information. So we've got former world champ and European champ Grosskamp taking a pretty easy win, really, and then home driver Mazzeo and fellow Italian Guayamo. Not in that order, but Mazzeo third, obviously. And then Spiniello hoping to get into that into the main final with what I mean, it sounds like a fast time, 77 laps in 22:12. So we'll see. So we've got the next final.
I think you tend to get. I think you do tend to get as you start heading through finals, and it feels a bit harsh to say it, but it becomes a little bit more professional as you go through the field, and that in turn makes some a little bit more processional. It becomes a little bit more, a little bit less unpredictable in terms of
a little less wild.
Amounts. It will happen, but the preparation is. Yeah, it goes with the experience. Everybody knows exactly what they're doing, and is likely to bring it home.
So, speaking of professional drivers and Gilles Grosskamp in particular, I believe we have a cool little interview that we got with him the other day during one of our rain delays that we had on the first day that we were here. Is that right, Matt? All right, so here we are in the shadow of Mount Etna, which you cannot quite just see behind those very dark rain clouds. But we're here with, obviously, Gilles Grosskamp from Holland. How's it been going for you this week?
Yeah, pretty well, pretty good so far. We were here on Monday morning already, and today's three days later, and so we had 3 days of practice. The first days was really free practice, and then we started into groups. And yeah, the track is really nice. It's just a typical 1/10 scale size. It's perfect, and the flow I just really like it. And yeah, so far also the practice times are good. I'm in the top so far, so it's going really well.
That's great. And the Infinity team, they seem to be quite one of the larger teams that are here.
Yes, we have 5 guys from the team. Dario, Carmine, Francesco from Italy, and then Milan and me from Holland, from the Netherlands. And so we are here with 5, and we also have the new car with us, the IF 15.2. And it just came out, so it's really also the first time that we really run the whole car. In Bangkok at the Worlds, we had some prototype parts, but now it's just a kit car, and so we had to figure out a bit of the setup, which kind of chassis flex we try and we use. But yeah, now it seems to be working really good now, so it's nice.
That's great. So what do you think of the prospects of the car and the team against all the other competition that are here from Capricorn and X-Ray especially, and all the other teams?
Yeah, well, of course, the race itself is it's not very big. I think around 40 driver at this moment. Of course, the top 10 is still the good guys. It's only Greiner that we are missing now from the top guys from last year. But yeah, I think it's Infinity versus the Capricorn team at the moment. Also some guys, some local guys fast with X-Ray, or I'm not sure what other brands are here, but yeah, it's just mainly Infinity, Capricorn, who are in the top of the heat, really.
Right. Okay. And interestingly, you mentioned Greiner's not here. We'll get into that in another interview. And maybe also ask maybe someone from the X-Ray team why Bruno isn't here, which is kind of interesting to myself.
I can answer that one. I think Bruno is not here because Bruno, of course, drives also off-road now, and you can see that at the moment the 10 scale group is quite small. So I think the reason is that X-Ray also not sent him into to a smaller race. That Bucky is just bigger, and it's just more important, I think, for them. And of course Bruno's also good in buggy. So I think his focus more on the EP and buggy, and not so much now on the nitro cars, the on-road I mean. So, but it's a shame because Bruno is of course a super good driver. It makes the race even better if a guy like Bruno is here too.
Yeah, and especially the defending European champion and former world champion Greiner from Germany. Like I said, he's not here. He actually has run out of vacation time. Believe it or not, he has just a normal day job, and he's off. Also, his sister's getting married, and some other things going on. So I don't know if we're meant to share that or not, but whatever. It's there. But yeah, Greiner and Coelho both kind of missing, and like you say, it would have elevated the competition, obviously. But you know, interestingly, Bruno did really well last week. Not to make this about Bruno, obviously, but he did well at the EP 1/8 Buggy European Championships last week. If you're watching, hopefully. And this used to be an off-road track. Can you believe it?
Not really, because what I said before, the track is really awesome. It's super smooth, very flat. And you can ride the curbs here and there, so I think it's gonna be really awesome race, and the final gonna be interesting because it's really tight, very close. You know, with the control tire also, you can't really gain so much, so it's all within tenths, and it's really about the driving and the strategy for sure for Saturday.
And we saw last year Dario took, I suppose, I mean, to us at the time, it was a controversial decision to only change. I think he changed tires on one side of the car in Gubbio.
Actually, it was.
Or did he change twice? And that's was
Greiner
it.
Changed Greiner changed one time 4 tires, and I believe that Dario's team decided to change the first time only half, and then a full set. So he had a half more tire change, which cost him the win. So. Yeah, and I think here this also gonna play a role. What you're gonna decide, what what you're gonna do. So.
Yeah, exactly. Those right side tires are going to be very interesting on this very fast sweeper entering the pit, entering the main straight, and then going into the very fast sweeper at the end of basically where the finish line is. So anyway, that's Yilla's gross count from Team Infinity here with the new IF15-2, and with several other racers on the team. They're looking pretty hot. So we'll catch up with Yillis later in the weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So hopefully that was everyone found that interesting. I thought some good insight there from Yillis.
I did. I found it interesting.
Good.
Yeah, absolutely. Always good to hear what's going on. The mindsets of the drivers and doing what they need to do. You see the track open now for the Semi A. Armin Raiola, Francesco, Alex Thurston, Melvin Diekman, heard from him earlier. Filippo Dominin. In fact, it was Tylo Diekman, wasn't it, that we heard from earlier?
Yeah,
sorry.
Tilo, yeah.
It was Tilo, yes. David Stefanizzi, and then Nicolas Delia, Sebastiano Scuderi, and Alexandra Cazot.
Yeah,
I'm bump ups.
I'm quite excited to see what young Filippo Dominin can do, because he was arguably, possibly one of the standout racers of last year, just from his wild driving and just blistering speed, and then just throwing it all away with a wild drive. He crashed so many times in the final. He could have had a much better result, and I think it feels like he's calmed down quite a bit this year. I haven't talked to him. I talked about him to his dad. We have played that interview the other day, but it was really good to see. I mean, but it's one of these like sort of Marquez brothers sort of thing from MotoGP, where the older brother's coming up. He's a bit wild, but he's really fast, and now he's starting to calm down maybe a bit. But he also has another brother. There's another Dominin, Francesco, who we didn't really focus on him very much at all in his quarterfinal, but he's also going to be quite quick. And Balestre yesterday was saying that he's going to be quick as well. But so anyway, Filippo is going to be one to watch in this one, as well as the rest of the field. But Thurston, Tironi, Raiola, all very quick.
Absolutely, it's always easier to make a fast driver crash less than it is to take a slow, steady plodder and give them extra speed.
Having been in the plotter position many times myself, I can certainly attest to that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can always tell. The list of people that you used to be able to beat grows every year. You see all these kids coming up, and you can, for a while, you can beat them with experience and guile, and then it's just their pace becomes too much, and they're just off down the road, and their experience builds, and it's good to be part of that experience and part of their learning process
exactly,
as well. Sort of more experienced drivers, and it's always good that you start seeing them get the better of you in a battle a few times. Initially you start running on track with them, and you're kind of fairly confident that they're going to throw it off, and then the next meeting you go to, all of a sudden you start, you might just, you're having to try very, very hard to beat them, and then you're thinking, I've thrown it off yet, and then eventually they're a final ahead of you, 2 finals ahead of you, etc. And it's inevitable. It's the way of.
It's called getting old.
Still, it is. Yes, it's good to see.
Yeah, I remember one of the best races I ever had as a touring car racer, electric touring car, was with a young kid named Raymond. We're racing at SoCal RC, and I swear it was. I think it was the C final. The C main, and it was just absolutely zero stakes Saturday night racing, But it was absolutely fantastic. Of course, he goes on to be a regular runner in the next couple of years in the B and then the A, and it's like, yeah, okay, all right. I used to race against that kid. He used to beat me then too.
Yeah, it's always the way. I've got a long and illustrious list of drivers that I could beat at one point that has faded away.
Yeah.
So still heading through the warm up.
Yeah. So just to cover off any potential controversy, because we had some massive, literal Netflix Making a Murderer level miniseries happening in the comments. Thilo Diekman and Melvin Diekman, brothers-in-law. Thilo married Melvin's sister and took her last name. So just to cover that off, they're not brothers; they're brothers-in-law. I know that was on the tip of your tongue, James. You're just about to ask that one.
No, I mean talking about families in Sicily. That could get us into slightly dangerous territory.
No, yeah. Well, we were watching The Godfather last night, So there are. But speaking of that, though, because we do have a couple minutes at least still. We're running a couple minutes late, but obviously they haven't called anyone in. So there are some actual Godfather shooting locations that are just a few minutes away. So we popped into a couple, and they are as picturesque and as wonderful as you can imagine. Obviously tourist spots now. And you see the odd cafe with the Godfather pizza or something like that. The Dawn Pizza or things like that, advertising, here's our little connection with the Godfather movie that was filmed 50-something years ago. 51 years ago, actually. And then off in the distance, if anyone's familiar with The White Lotus, Season 2 of The White Lotus was filmed from the hotel that I'm looking at right now on a hillside that overlooks the small bay or gulf that we're right next to. So quite a bit of Hollywood and TV show history surrounding us, as well as Etna, and we've got the ocean, we've got the mountains. Hopefully, well, I don't think we're going to get any rain, but anyway, they've looks like, I think, well, they haven't been called into the pits, but they've kind of just all come in naturally themselves. So that's handy. Just a bit of time filling has worked out perfectly. So, oh, and I saw Balestre on the way to the toilets. Is asking him if he's gleaned any extra information from watching the last semifinal. He said, "No, it's good. It's good." He seems quietly confident. So we're just watching another couple of cars out on track. So is this another delay then? I don't see anybody getting worked on in the pit area.
Yeah, there's a car down in the pits by the looks of it. Is that
okay?
That car number 8, Nicholas.
There's 10 drivers on the stand, but the referee Fabio is in the mechanic area. I just don't see it usually there's a group of mechanics around a car that's stricken. I'm just not seeing that.
No, we can see some work going on down there, Frank. That is in the pit lane.
Okay.
Rear shock's just been bolted onto a car. I don't know if that's had a change of rear shock tower, possibly.
That's is that Nico?
It's Stefanizzi. It's the 7 car.
Oh, okay. So, unfortunately for the marshals, who were in the last race, once again, got to sit out in the sun. A lot less cloud cover today, so the track's going to get it's going to get pretty hot, I think, compared to yesterday.
Not necessarily going to be that pleasant for the marshals.
Yeah.
Sat out there at midday sun when you get to the 45-minute mains. I don't know if there's any plans to have substitute marshals.
Not that I'm
sort of
aware
halfway
of.
through.
Yeah. This is the first day that we've seen the high-vis vests on the marshals, by the way. So they just appeared this morning. Maybe last minute for a late delivery job from a local printer. I'm not sure, but normally at these events, all the marshals are required to wear the high-vis vests because you don't want to be running across the track and get your foot taken out by a driver who's unsighted. Of course, most of the sponsor shirts are black, very conveniently. It's great to sit in the sun wearing black.
If you've ever tried going to a race meeting with nitro cars or anything running foam tyres in a white shirt, you will understand it.
Yeah.
So it looks like the 7-car Stefanitsky has now made his way out onto the track.
Yeah, we just heard. I don't know what the announcement was, but there was just an announcement over the radio, so maybe that was like the 5-minute call. So they're all. The pit lane is now empty of cars. But for our average of roughly one 10-minute delay per 2 finals, we're on about the average. This is our 4th final so far. We've had 2 delays, so we're about right. We usually expect to have a delay every final, and just have to plan around it. That's why there's such a big gap in the time schedule when we see them.
So definitely looking like he was having a little adjustment there. It was looked like the forward of the 2 rear pivot balls that was being screwed in, so that's going to be just increasing rear toe in very slightly. Lock the rear of the car in a little bit more. A bit more forward traction. Expense of a little bit of top speed. You can see the car still looks a little bit loose. So maybe carrying a bit of an issue. Seeing the rear shock tower, or look like the rear shock tower was being changed during the 10-minute call. Car doesn't look completely stable at the moment, so not overly happy with it. A little bit of over rotation there as he gets on the throttle. It's almost like the rear diff is very slightly too thick. Not an awful lot you can do about it now at this stage. He's coming back into the pit. There's very minor tweaks that you can do if that's the problem that he's having. You can try and drive around it a little bit, just sort of trail the throttle on the way into the corner. Maybe put a bit of a ramp on your transmitter to help you with that as you come off the throttle. But you're a little bit limited as to what you can do at this stage of the meeting. No sign of the red flag yet. Car's being released from the pits.
Yeah, the wind has certainly picked up. It's blowing pretty much directly in the drivers' faces, and we can see the flags around the. If you can see the flags around the track, you can tell the direction and strength of the wind fairly easily. There we go. You see it's blowing directly at us on the rostrum, and I asked Balestri about that yesterday. He said, yeah, it does really affect the cars, and it does affect he said his mechanic will tell him the direction of the wind, and he says he'll take an actual different line coming into the final corner just before the finish line, because if it's blowing really hard, from left to right rather than right to left, it affects the line of the car. So I found that very interesting, really.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the direction that the wind's blowing at the moment, that would be to under the rear wing of the car. The rear of the car would be quite loose as you come in into that final hairpin. So you'll have it blowing across the front of the body shell as you come out sweep onto the main straight, and the car will sit down quite nicely, be quite planted through there, and a little bit loose on the way off of the main straight and through that sweep.
Yeah, so we have less than a minute. Teo from Amchi is out there with his red flag, itching to call them into the pit lane. 30 seconds call just now. So all cars to the pits. So we're about 45 seconds away from the start of the semifinal A here in Sicily at the EFRA 110th IC Touring Car European Championships at the Giardini Naxos Mini Autodromo Club. I can't remember what the full name of the track is, but Naxos World, that's it.
Cars heading out there. Notice all the mechanics walking around the long way rather than walking across the line. They're doing everything they can to try and get a bit of an advantage for their drivers. They don't want to pick up they don't want to put dirty feet across that little bit of the
even
track.
Sweeping the starting position with their feet.
Absolutely. Give everybody a good launch. And of course, some of these starting on curve as well. The guys starting towards the back of the field.
Cars down.
Down.
Okay, once again, we're watching the top three.
Alex Thurston, his usual one can pink car, is running in third position. Having said one can, of course, it's two cans. It's got the white stripe down the side of it. Pretty familiar to UK racers. Alex running in third position at the moment, doing what he needs to.
Yeah, so we're going to stay on the white and pink car in third, Zach. There's a bit of argy-bargy going on behind, but they're only slowing themselves up.
Yep, looks like Francesco find his way past Raiola, and in fact he's done it, I think. That's let Alex close in on the pair of them. So he'll be quite happy sat there watching the front two knock lumps out of one another. Just as long as he doesn't get collected by. Raiola still leading this one from Tironi. Top three covered by half a second.
And that's Melvin Diekman just behind Thurston. So we need to make sure that, because on the timing we can only see Diekman, and there's two Diekmans in this one. So Melvin Diekman running in
Melvin
place.
4. Melvin's the number 4 car. Tilo is the number 6 car.
Yep. So Tilo has the white and green, but we're not focusing on him at the moment. We're watching Thurston from the UK try to hold off Melvin Diekman, who's suddenly all over his back bumper.
3 seconds. But Alex will be kind of trying to get out of that sandwich if he can find a way past Francesco in front of him. Ronnie will do. All of these guys experience, know what they need to do. The differing lines there coming up onto the main straight. Alex, of course, slightly tighter, more defensive line on the way in, and Melvin behind him, taking a bit more of a flowing line, carrying a bit more speed and getting a better exit.
course, Melvin and Tilo both running Capricorn, as is Alex. So will be aware of each other and know not to knock each other off.
Yep.
And they're following Tironi in the orange car, who's an Infinity driver. And so is Raiola in the first spot. So first and second, both Infinity drivers not wanting to hit each other. And third and fourth, Capricorn drivers not wanting to hit each other. So it'll be a bit of a team game, maybe, coming up.
A little bit. So Raiola is about 7/10 of a second in front in the lead.
Tironi gets sideways there.
He did. That's brought him back behind Alex. No, that's okay. Alex into second position.
We're on the orange car, Zach. Orange car, followed by the yellow and white car. So these are two different brands of cars, both Italians. One Italian and a German, but both in different brands of cars, so different teams. So I think this is going to be a bit more of an intense, let's not follow the leader sort of thing, as Thurston pulls into the pits, and so does Diekman. Okay, so there goes that. All right. Kind of a build-up there, guys.
I think that's the way, though, as much as we want it.
Yeah.
They're men who are there and effectively managing their race.
Yeah, I think Raiola's just gone in as well.
Yeah, their pitmen won't want them to get involved in a fight out on circuit if they're within a window.
So let's see who we can tell Zach to follow. We've got is that Diekman on the back of Thurston as they're coming into the sweeper now, Zach. I think this is going to be our battle for second, third, fourth. It's Tironi, Thurston, and Diekman, Melvin Diekman.
So Tironi's got back past Alex there in that round of pit stops.
Yeah, so Tironi must have had a faster pit stop because he was one position behind before the pit stops.
Yeah, combination of his pit stop and sort of in-lap or out-lap, clean running for the pits maybe. But yes, to jump himself in front. I don't think Alex had a complete disaster, but he's not. Tironi's car looks quite loose there. I mean, you can hang on to it.
It's a bit wild, yeah.
It looks like a car that you might quite like it for Super Bowl. You can do a quick lap with it, but 20 minutes is going to be quite hard work to do without making too many mistakes.
Yeah, I think it's weird. I think it's a bit of a cliche that Italians love a bit of style, but I think that is just the driving style of Tironi.
As long as you can drive it, it's quick.
Yeah. He is pulling away from Thurston though, at the moment now. As Diekman gets a slide on behind Thurston.
Yeah, you just see that little slide, and all of a sudden that gap that you've spent 2 or 3 laps building, it just disappears.
I think Diekman is a little eager now to get past Thurston.
It does look that way. Looks like he's maybe a little bit faster if he can make his way through. Although the pair of them now seem to take the gap to Tironi. And closing... They're kind of staying equidistant now. Tironi's not put away. So I think Tironi might just put a bit of a spurt on to build that gap, make himself a bit more comfortable and give himself a bit of breathing space. Gap remaining fairly constant now. Carmine Raiola is not a million miles away. He's 1.1 seconds in front of Tironi.
No, they're holding station fairly well, the two Infinity racers.
Yeah. So probably the length of the straight covering top 4 at the moment.
Yeah. That's pretty much
it. But still, anything can happen there. Yeah. Relatively comfortable circulating, but not one mistake can take you from first to fourth quite easily.
And as you say that, Raiola is just coming up on the number 8 to put a lap on him. Gives him plenty of space to get around. And Thurston is pulled away from Melvin Diekman now.
Yeah. That's Delia who has got out of the way. That's Alex in again. Martin pits him, sends him back out onto the track. Good in the pit there.
Did Thurston just make a mistake or come in for a pit? Because now he's behind Thilo Diekman.
Yeah, he's just pitted.
Okay, now
So
Thilo's gone in for a pit.
dropped
Okay.
in pit.
It's very quick to miss these 3-second pit stops. So we're 11, just about 11 and 11 minutes and 15 seconds left in this one. So second round pit stops going.
Yeah, so everybody pretty much forced stopping by the looks of it. They don't want to risk having a flame out. If you save one stop, that's great. That's 2 seconds. But you do run do flame out, you're going to lose way more than that. So unless you're very, very confident, you don't want to be doing that. So Alex now popped out in second, and Tironi drops down to 4th position. So Diekman is up into 3rd. A couple of seconds in front.
I think Tironi just had a stop and go, and that may have been. I think something happened in the pit. Maybe his mechanic fueled him on the driving line or something. He just did a stop and go in one of the sweepers. I don't think.
Well, Diekman also has had a bit of an issue because they're now 6 seconds behind Alex. So we're running with Alex, but actually the close battle is between the 6 car and the 2 car.
Yeah, so let's go to this.
Tironi.
Let's go to Zach. Let's pick up the orange car, about to go through the hairpin. He's coming towards you now. The bright orange car, the number 2 of Tironi, who's got 4th place man of Melvin Diekman, following him just about less than a second behind him, it looks like. As they're coming across the finish line now.
No, Diekman's 1 car in front of this car that we're following. This is Tironi we're running with. But Melvin is 1 in front of the 6 car.
No, the number 6 car is Thilo Diekman. Melvin Diekman is 2 cars behind Tironi. Yeah.
That's right. So Thilo is up into.
They've just passed Thilo on track. Thilo crashed, made a mistake. Ooh. Melvin just getting sideways, coming out of the Pepe's 90-degree corner at the end of the straight. So now there's no cars between Tironi and Melvin Diekman as they're coming into the pit complex. And across the kink. And into the sweeper going down the straight.
So also need to be keeping an eye on the 4th place.
There was a massive crash. I think Thurston was involved with that. The number 5 car has been hit broadside, T-boned on the straight by one of the other cars. But Thurston was involved with that. I don't know if he's got any damage. I'll try to have a look as he goes past. Nothing on the body. Seems okay. But the other car he was involved with was hit broadside. He's come in for a pit to have a quick look. No, his dad just refuels him and lets him go out. So Thurston's okay, but he's dropped down a bit because he had to slow for that. So just letting you know what's happening
he was
off camera.
He had like 3 seconds in his pocket, or he still has 3 seconds in his pocket in 2nd position at the moment. Carmine Raiola pretty comfortable out in front. Carmine Raiola is, where is he? Like 11 seconds up the road from Tironi. Tironi running 2nd at the moment. Alex dropped down to 5th, but he has he's already stopped for the 3rd time. But one more stop for Alex, 2 more stops for a lot of these guys. Right, up into 4th place now. And we're keeping an eye on the times as well for 4th place. Spiniello in the previous final did a 77 in 2012.219. That's the time that 4th place wants to be looking at beating.
So we should be on Alex Thurston, who's currently in 3rd, I believe. Is that right?
We're not with Alex at the moment, I believe.
No, but I mean, we should. I just need to let Zach know that we need to find Alex. He's in the sweeper. He's about to go on the main straight. He'll be the only car on the straight. The bright pink and white car crossing the finish line. Coming towards you now, Zach, into the pit complex. There we go. There's Alex.
I believe Alex he's running a net second. I think Baroni's just pitted from in front of him. So this time round, I believe Alex will cross the line in 2nd position.
There he goes.
There we go. Baroni back in 3rd. So it was he was running 3rd. It was a bit of a false 3rd. I think what Martin did was pulled him into the pits a little bit early because he'd caught that gaggle of traffic and, like you said, was starting to get involved with them. He's just pulled them in a little bit early, still within the beginning of the window that he can comfortably get to the end on 2 stops.
Yeah.
Or 2 stops from the point, but he just avoided him having to work his way through the traffic. So a bit of cunning pit work from Martin Thurston there. Carmine Raiola pretty comfortable out in front. Alex, who we're running with, is 8 seconds back from it. Stefanitzi is up into 3rd position with the 7 car.
Yeah. I was just checking. I've been trying to find him on track. Coming down the straight now, Zach, the dark green car about to go across the finish line. He's being hassled by Melvin Diekman in that white, yellow, and gray. Just got passed coming out of the pit complex. So that is our battle, a proper battle for 3rd. And Tilo Diekman is the next car behind, waiting to pick up the pieces.
So remember we said that Stefanitzi, his was the car that was being worked on in the pits, and he had that small tweak to the rear toe, and during the warm-up we said it looked a little bit loose, a little bit felt happy, and it was a small mistake. Having said that, Melvin has a bit of a leery slide as he gets on the throttle as well.
Yeah, and they've all 3 of them have Carmine Raiola about to come through for to put a lap on them. And the number 1 car, that white car, is the race leader.
Again, Raiola's got the same advantage that Gilles had in the last final, the last semi, that he doesn't need to do anything super risky.
Certainly. And Raiola's got Thurston just behind him, who's, I believe, on a different lap again. So it's...
Right, Alex has dropped down. Has Alex had his last stop, I believe, which dropped him down the field.
Yeah, we're at under 4 minutes to go now.
So, yeah, everybody making their last stops. So, expect Alex pop himself back up into 2nd position once the 2 Diekmans have pitted. Melvin is the number 4 car, so he's running in 2nd position. Tilo is the 6th car running in 3rd currently. There we go. Alex pops out into a net 2nd as predicted. And we've got the 4 car of Melvin is...
He's being chased by Spiniello. About to cross the finish line now. The 4 and then the 7. Number 4 is that white and yellow and gray car. That's our 3rd place, or was the last time I checked a few seconds ago. Sorry, he's in 2nd. So Stefanitzi just behind him is in 3rd at the moment. So I think there's still some pit stops working themselves out.
He is. It looks like Alex might... no, Alex is still circulating, so
yeah,
Alex
he's
had
still going.
A bit of a problem. Alex 2 seconds behind Stefanitzi. 2.2 seconds back. So it's the 7 car we want to be watching at the moment.
Yeah, the dark green car going through the sweeper now, Zach, is our third place man. Thurston, where's he gone? He's
the pink car that's just...
he's a couple seconds back. Okay, I thought he was further behind, but no, he's only a couple seconds. So, Stefanizzi, he's pretty wild. If you watch him closely, he gets sideways quite a lot, which is going to be losing him time to Thurston.
Yep, I'm just keeping an eye on the gap now. Alex has got the gap down to 2 seconds
and
between
we're under
them.
2 minutes. Under 2 minutes now.
Looks like no traffic in between them either.
No. So another straight fight. So
what do we got? 1.8 seconds now.
Alex
still 1.8 seconds.
Yeah, Alex missed out on the A final last year in Gubbio. So with a bad glow plug, and had a hard time dealing with it. But he's come around. He's calmed himself down as well. And 1 minute to go. Let's see if he can force any sort of mistake from Stefanizzi. Not sure if this is David Stefanizzi's home track, but I'm sure he's been here a few times. Doesn't look like the gap is coming down, though.
It's not coming down quick enough, no. So it looks like Alex may well miss out on this one. Looking at the time remaining in the final, Spiniello did a
20 seconds or so now.
Yeah, Spiniello did a 77, and I think Alex is...
So this is the last lap. Last lap for them both.
Yeah, 6-lap run. So the previous semi is going to be faster than this one. Spiniello looking like he's in good position.
There we go. That's time. Spiniello. Stefanizzi makes it.
He does. And makes it by 1.7 seconds in the end. So Carmine Raiola, we have Melvin Diekman, Stefanizzi. So Stefanizzi at the start, that 7 car that was the cause of the delay at the start of that, with the work being carried out on his car. And it looks like it paid off.
Yeah. Sorry, 76-1950. Yeah, Yillis. Yillis just asking me what time Carmine made. So sorry about that. Just randomly shouting out numbers.
77 in 2005. It did pick up the last lap. So. And in fact, Spiniello's time that got him 4th in the previous semi would actually have got him 2nd in that one, and he would have been like 7 seconds off the lead.
Yeah.
So I think now we're cutting to effectively an open track warm up for Balestri and Gruber. That is just so that they've had an opportunity when it comes around to time for the main final. They're going to have an opportunity to get out on the circuit. So we've got a bit of a gap coming up now, haven't we?
Yeah.
We do.
Free practice starting at noon local time or Central European time, and then we're going to have a last chance qualifier after that at 12:15, and then it'll be a lunch break, and then the 2 finals.
Thank you for watching the 1/10th IC European Championships. This is an EFRA event. We are RC Racing TV, and we are brought to you by X-Ray. Thank you to X-Ray for supporting this coverage. We're incredibly grateful, as we are to everyone who's watching along at home. Basha NZ saying zing zing. We have Kosh Kelly is watching from Brisbane, Australia.
G'day!
G'day, mate. Alex Youssef says, hi, Tommy. Alexander Wild says, great track. I haven't heard a bad word said about this track. Have you,
Not
Frank?
at all, no.
Everyone loves it, don't they?
No, I think they did host the Worlds several years ago for the 1/8 Buggy Worlds, if you can imagine. I don't know if you know that, James, but this is the track where Ty Tessman won his Buggy World Championship. And now look at it. It's been paved with the sands of Etna. And now it's a beautiful, beautiful on-road circuit. It's just amazing.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's a fantastic.
Also, Ralphie175 is saying, go Alex. Heartbreaker. It says, can you say a big thank you to my pit person, Lady A? Well, hard luck for Alex. It seems like he was going to make it, and then something must have occurred during the last, I don't know, 5 to 10 laps. Brought him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was running second and dropped back to fourth with a couple of minutes to go. So pretty unfortunate, but he's got a chance to go again in the last chance qualifier. He's got good pace in the car, so we'll see if he can make it through from there.
Absolutely. Oscar Bonacina saying, what time is the final? Well, you've got your 110 wide final at 3 p.m. CET, local time, and you have the main final, that's the 110th IC track final, at 15:45 local time. Right now it's free practice on track for the 2 top qualifying races. That's the TQ Mandaro Balestri and the Superpole winner, Tony Gruber, because they haven't been out on track today, so they get some free practice. And then at 12:15 local time, it is your last chance qualifier. Now, unfortunately, it didn't go Alex's way, but earlier in the week, Frank, you spoke to Alex, didn't you?
Yeah, I wanted to just get his thoughts because, like I said, I touched on it. I don't want to harp on it, but he did have some very bad luck in last year's semifinal. Couldn't make the show, get into the final, and had a bit of a mini freak out. So I wanted to make sure that it was okay to ask him about that before I spoke with him. And he said, yeah, all right. And he seems to be, I mean, even after the interview, he said he's in just a much better headspace now. But he did have a hard time sort of dealing with what happened last year. He kind of built it up. And after that disappointment, he was quite distraught in the pits. So, but yeah, I did talk to him a bit. And I think we're about to watch that interview right about now.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, incredibly passionate and talented racer, and let's hear from him now.
We are in Giardini Naxos, the mini Autodromo in the center of town, here with Alex Thurston from the UK. How's the week been going for you, Alex?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a difficult start, but I think I'm getting a bit closer, improving step by step. Maybe not as much as I'd like to, but we're getting there. We're closing in.
That's great. So how many tips are you getting from local man Alessio?
Oh yeah, he's been really helpful. Like sent everybody a setup before we attended, so we had a good start with him and the other Capricorn guys, Tony and Thilo and one of the other guys from the UK team. I think everyone's working pretty well together.
And how are you finding the grip here compared to places like Halifax and Cotswolds and the other trips, the other tracks back home?
It's quite different here because obviously the tyres that we're using at this event are quite a lot harder than what we would use at back home. And also for me, they're a different tyre brand as well. Normally I use hot race tyres, and here we have like the SM tyres, which are, I think, from Matrix. Yeah. So there's always some small variants, but it's good. It's a nice layout. It's a little bit smaller than I originally thought it was going to be. That's not a problem. Something different. Yeah.
It's a bit bigger than Gubbio, and it's maybe almost bigger than Halifax, you think?
Not quite. The straight's quite short, in my opinion, but the entry and the exit is so fast, so actually it feels like maybe the track's bigger than it really is.
Okay, yeah, it makes good sense. It is like a very sort of a gentle sweeper, and then you have almost a kink at the end of the second sweeper at the end of the straight. Crossing the start finish line. So now we're kind of after Gubbio last year, bit of a disappointment there. What are you hoping to achieve in this one? Obviously, with you're expecting to be in the main final, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, after Gubbio last year, we had quite a tough year last year with the international races, where just in the Worlds 8th scale and the 10th scale Euros, it didn't quite work out how I'd planned. But I've tried to take an outlook now where it's not my job, it's my hobby. We come for fun as a family, with friends, and if the result's there, then brilliant, and if it doesn't, then it's not the end of the world. I think that's helped so far this year in the UK events that I've done, that actually just try to relax, just take it for what it is, enjoy it. I think sometimes everyone all gets a little bit stressed out. I'm included in that. You just got to do your best, and I think so far this year with some of the events that I've attended, I just relaxing and just taking it for what it is. It's actually improved my driving. I'm more comfortable, I'm more relaxed, just in a better place.
That's really good. And obviously, I mean, not to get too dark or deep or anything, men's mental health has been like a big talking point in the UK lately. So are there any sort of like techniques that you use, like, I don't know, maybe even meditation or just listening to a particular playlist of music or anything like that, or just you just have that in your mindset now is just like kind of just chill a bit and take a step back if you notice that your blood's coming up?
Yeah, I mean, no, I wouldn't say I wouldn't do anything like that. It's just more from a standpoint of I've been racing for a long time now. Some events I've done well in, some not so, and I think you've just got to look at it. I don't know how much better I'm going to get, so I don't want to put too much pressure on myself, you know. If I do well, great. If I don't, maybe I just wasn't good enough on the day or something. So now I think I'm just trying to think, okay, maybe you're not quite good enough to win the big races, and if you do, then great. I'm not really putting any pressure on myself, just it'll be what it'll be. It's one of them. It's my hobby, so I'm just going to enjoy it and take it for what it actually was, like I did 15 years ago before I used to come to these big races.
That's an excellent point of view to take, and obviously, you know, it is a hobby for 99% of the people that are here, and you know, like we mentioned in one of the other interviews, actually the defending European champion Dominic Greiner isn't here because it's not his day job. He ran out of holiday time and he can't be here to defend his European title. But anyway, are you able to see any of the sort of locale of Sicily? I mean, it's a bit cloudy right now, but it is a beautiful spot. We have the beach, we have the mountains, we have Taormina over there, we have Etna over there. So have you been able to see anything of the local area?
Not as much as we'd like because, again, because of holiday time, we travelled on Sunday. Unfortunately, our flight got delayed, so we missed a little bit of the afternoon that we would have maybe had to do some sightseeing. And also on Sunday after the race, the same. We're flying home on Sunday evening, so we've got Sunday morning. Thankfully, we're already in our hotel down near the marina area, so each night we're going to a different restaurant. We try and do different things a little bit, but that's why we're trying not to take it too serious, not to stay too late at the track of an evening, and try and get a little bit of an evening time. But again, because of holiday from work, we can't have lots of days before, lots of days after. So, yeah.
I mean, personally, I think that's key is to come and see all the really fast guys race and see how you do against your friends and yourself and the last time you're at this track or experience a new track, but also to see the area, you know, take it as a holiday and not just like a super serious racing weekend. That's great. Thank you very much, Alex, and good luck for the weekend.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
straight and across the line. That is the wish. That is the win.
Dominic Greiner has won already. He just needs to cross the line. So he does so. Dominic Greiner is our European champion.
Welcome back. It's the 1/10th IC Track European Championships coming to you live from Sicily. This is an EFRA event. We're RC Racing TV and we are supported by X-Ray. Thank you so much to them for their support in making this happen. The guys on the ground are sourcing us some people to talk to, which is great news. And we have the last chance qualifier coming up at 12:15 local time, so in just over 10 minutes.
Yeah, a couple of cars circulating at the moment. That's Dario Balestri and Tony Gruber. Track just being opened up for them. Obviously, when it comes around time for the final, it's not going to be fair on them if all of their competitors have had an opportunity to race and they haven't. So, it's a good opportunity for them to get out on track. They've got 10 minutes, pump some laps in between the pair of them, and give themselves a bit of a baseline so they know what is going on before we get set for the last chance qualifier to drop the last person into the A final. So you're going to have all of the semi-finalists who haven't made it through drop into that one. So
Absolutely.
Hopefully Frank can find a few.
Yes, indeed. So just to recap, so the first two spots on the final are filled. Dario Balestri will lead us out on pole, followed by Tony Gruber. And then we have the top three drivers from each of the semi-finals, followed by the fastest fourth place driver, followed by the winner of the last chance qualifier. That's right, isn't it, James?
That is correct, Matt, yes. Although they'll drop in, you can finish, they'll effectively drop in after the front two. So I think Gilles will be third on the grid, looking at the time that he's done. But then it will go down sort of on the times that you've done. So third through ninth will, they won't necessarily relate to the finishing order. You might have the semi B all in front of the guys from the semi A because it was a faster final. So need to see exactly how that plays out from the results.
Absolutely, yes. We do have the results now from semi-final A and B. So this isn't necessarily the order of the drivers, but as we've said, Dario Balestri, Tony Gruber, and then Yildiz Grosskamp, Rosario Giamo, Alessio Mazzeo. So they're the top three drivers from semi-final B. Semi-final A, top three drivers would be Carmine Raiola, Melvin Diekman, and David Stefanzi. I think we may have Frank joining us. Let's see if we can get Frank in. Frank, are you there? Frank appears to not be there. James, did you figure out who? So it wasn't Alex Thurston. It was the fourth place man from semi-final B, right?
It was, Spiniello had the quickest fourth place time. He was about a lap up in the end, actually. And his time that got him fourth, I mean, super unlucky. His time that got him fourth in the sort of first of the two semi-finals would have got him second in the other semi, in the A semi that we've just seen. So pretty unlucky there to have missed out. You know, if he'd have qualified one position different, and then gone on and done that same final, he'd be locked in. He is locked in anyway, but he's sort of, towards the back of the grid on there. So just waiting. Obviously, we need to see all these cars pass scrutineering as well, so we won't have anything definitive as yet. And they're going to be passing those cars through. They'll prioritise the top 3 first, so everybody knows what the order for the last chance qualifier is, or who's going to be in the last chance qualifier, so they can go off and get ready. And then they're going to be after that last chance qualifier, we're into it's called a lunch break, but I would imagine they'll be quite hard at work prepping the car for the main final later on. Got like a 2-hour gap sat in there.
Indeed, yeah.
And
we've got super exciting racing coming up, and if you're in any doubt about that, let's take a look at some of the moments from previous main finals from this event over the years. And the man who would become 2010 European champion is Martin Christensen.
Now this is Robert Peach on his victory run. The young German adding the European Championship, his World 1/8 Championship he won earlier in the year in Miami. What a fantastic performance by Robert Peach, fantastic weekend, and I think he's pretty pleased.
Yeah, super good year. Only one title is missing, but I'm happy with 2.
Going round one more time. Manuel Huber will have to do one more lap. As the 4-car spinner finished in second place, Manuel Huber has won the European Championship. He is on last lap by himself. Groskamp across the line, finished third after those problems early on. But out of the last corner, here he comes. Huber wins the European Championship 2012. Into the pit lane he goes.
And there will be a new name on the trophy. Balestri, the only man who has won the Europeans before in 06 and 07. But it will be the Italian national anthem that plays as the hooter goes and the checkered flag waves for Alessio Mazzio. The Italian contingent to my left go bonkers.
Just looks like he's losing traction on this last lap.
I think the tires are just going. They've said it's a very high wear circuit. So here we are, Robert Peach. And there we go. There we go. That's Peach taking the championship. How does that feel, Robert?
Oh, it's so great.
One more lap for Coelho. One more lap. This will be his final lap. You think 10 seconds to go then. This is it. The final denouement in what has been a spectacular tournament for the EFRA 1/10 IC Track European Championships. But in less than half a lap, Bruno Coelho is going to cycle home and bring home the victory with some of the finest aggressive racing ever. Bruno Coelho is your new European champion.
I am really satisfied with this. I have no words more, really.
Coming through the horseshoe into the Infinity infield section, whereas Coelho's just come off the straight and across the line. That is the wish. That is the win. New European champion, Toni Gruber from Germany.
If Teemu crosses the line here, he has won the final. Teemu just needs to make it across the line and he will win. So Teemu crosses the line. He has won the European Championship. He doesn't know it yet. There goes the buzzer. Mazzio has finished. Dominic Greiner has won already. He just needs to cross the line. So he does so. Dominic Greiner is our European champion.
Under the in the dictionary under "That's the way to do it," so it's been phraseology dictionary, you'll see a picture of Dominic Greiner and the 2022 EFRA 1/10 IC Track Euros. A fantastic performance from the German taking it home for Capricorn, taking it home for One Power, and taking it home for Germany. Rainer is your European champion, well, again.
Okay, so here we are. We're just a minute away from starting the. This is basically just a free practice for the two finalists, pole position man Dario Balestri, and the Super Pole winner from yesterday, Tony Gruber. So 30 seconds to start, and somehow, of course, only two cars on track, and they end up close together. So, honored guest. All right, sorry, say that again.
We are spy.
We are spies, indeed. So, Alessio Maceo, our special guest.
Yeah.
Okay,
hello.
once again, we played your interview a couple times yesterday during our breaks. So, so that's it for the free practice for Dario and Tony. Obviously, you were just timing. Whose laps were you timing? Were you timing both of them?
Yes, but I think the track is super slow now.
Yeah, because it's hot. Because it's the temperature.
Yes, the temperature. Also, I think they used the super tires, and both of these things. That time was super slow, but we saw also the two semifinal, the B and A final.
Yes, the big difference in time.
Mine was super fast.
Yeah.
Compared to the A main. So will be a strange final for sure.
You think?
Yes.
A strange final.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay. But, so I usually, especially for rubber tire events, you see people temp gunning the track, but I guess no one's doing that here now. You just. I mean, obviously this is your home track, so you know how hot what the traction will be like. What sort of temperature are we looking at out on the track, or?
I think we are close to 40, 38.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a good amount of wind coming through now. Dario was telling us yesterday during the Super Pole that does affect where the drivers choose to make their entry into certain corners.
I think that the hardest thing to do is keep the line.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot windy, and if in the afternoon I think it will be more.
Mm-hmm.
And with this temperature, with this kind of tires, to keep the line. We saw also Tironi, I think, after 5 laps in semifinal, the end of the big corner before the main straight.
Yeah.
There were a lot windy, and he lost completely the car.
Yeah, yeah. We saw that.
Will be also important to stay safe.
So there's quite a bit of luck.
Yeah.
Still.
Luck, or if you push 45 minutes in the limit, for sure, you will have a lot of problem.
Yeah.
The secret, I think, will be keep calm.
Yeah.
Follow your pace, and I think that during the race there will be a lot of fight between the drivers, also in the middle of the group.
Mm-hmm.
I think that only Dario and Tony will be safe because they start in front. But I see that the rest of the drivers will be in the line for many times.
Yeah, yeah. So how obviously you're a Capricorn racer. You're kind of looking after Tony and the rest of the Capricorn team who've come here to your home circuit. What kind of advice have you been able to give them? Maybe.
No, we start for win. I start for win. It's my own track for sure, and I will try to win.
Okay. So if the chance comes, the final pit stops have happened, you're running maybe just behind Tironi in second or third or whatever, you're gonna go for it to get on the podium and get ahead of him. Of course, okay. For sure. All right, well, very interesting.
No team order, nothing, because is
you're all competitors.
Yes,
of course.
Yes. Also in this day, during free practice and also practice was always Dario, me and Tony, or Tony, me and Dario. So yesterday a bit of bad luck in quali, and also in semifinal we flame out. We had problem with the glow plug.
Okay.
So our semifinal was super busy. And we just keep the calm, are in the final. But now we have the pace to fight for something important, I think.
Excellent. That's very good. I hope we see you on the podium.
Yeah, for sure. That's our goal.
Yeah,
so
always. If not to win, at least podium.
Yeah. Yes. No, I hope to do a good final, to do my best, and everything. I hope that will be good.
Well, very good. I mean, in our highlights reel, we have a couple of shots of you actually winning your European Championship. What track was that at? Do you remember?
Kickerberg. I won 2 European Championships.
Okay.
One in 2007, the first B European Championship.
That was before we started covering it, so we don't actually have the video of it.
And then was Kierkeberg in Austria.
Right. Okay.
2013.
Okay. Wiener Schnitzel.
Yes. Super nice.
Yeah. Very good.
Nice.
I've fallen in love with arancini.
Yeah.
Love it. Very, very good. I found out from Wikipedia, it tells me they do the cone shape because it's Etna.
Yes,
on the east side of the island.
Exactly.
Love an arancini. Well, and arancino, but ideally arancini, which is plural.
There is a big fight because in the East Coast, they call it arancina.
Ah, okay.
In West Coast, we call it arancino.
Okay.
But arancino is born in Messina, my city.
Yes.
Arancina is born in Palermo.
Right.
And there is this fight from, I think, 200 years, something similar.
Well, what better thing to have a fight over than the name of a food?
Yes.
A very
but
tasty
it's a big
food.
fight.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's a big fight.
All right, well, we'll let you finish prepping your car and helping the rest of the Capricorn team, but not too much because you want to win.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, thank you very much, Alessio.
Thank you to you, and I hope for everybody that will watch a good show for the final.
Yeah, we had some really good quarterfinals. I don't know if you watched them.
Yes.
Very good quarterfinals. The first semifinal, maybe a little bit, action-wise, maybe,
the second was better.
The second was
super
great.
nice,
It was really good. So yes, unfortunate. Obviously, it's racing. There's unfortunate for some drivers. Some drivers made it through, and some.
But now the last chance will be
yes,
extremely hard. Will be like a war.
Oh my gosh, it'll be crazy. I hope there's plenty of very good racing, but not too many crashing and braking.
No, but for sure a lot of fight.
Yeah, it'll be good though. All right, well, we'll let you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you.
I can't remember how to say. I know bonne chance is French. How do you say?
Buona fortuna.
Buona fortuna. Of course, I should know that. All right. Thank you very much, Alessio.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Okay. Thank you.
Bruno's roll.
Oh, and there's contact.
Pecco.
Oh! Mark Wright puts a pass on Alex.
But he's right. Oh, but he can always push him on.
Taking the inside line.
Bruno's going to be pushing all that he can to catch. Oh, and a mistake from Carrot puts them right back together.
It's insane.
Oh no, what's happened? Pecco losing fuel on the very last lap. Patrick Schweitzer taking the win.
Reiner has won it from last to first. Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros. Reiner is your European champion. Well, again.
Well, you are watching the 1/10th IC Track European Championships. As you've seen there, of course, it's an EFRA event, and it is brought to you by X-Ray. We're RC Racing TV, and we are very glad to be coming to you live from Sicily. What a great chat with Alessio. What a great representative for the sport. And great information about arancini there as well, Frank.
Oh, love an arancino. Or arancino. But I'm going to stick with arancino. But yeah, no, it's really good talking with Alessio. He's obviously his English is quite good, and his home track. You know, you can't beat talking to someone who knows the ins and outs of the club, and you know what's gone into getting all of this rolling.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the time is 24 minutes past 12 locally here in Sicily, and we have a slight delay, don't we? Because we should have a last chance qualifier on your screen right now, but we don't.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing obviously forcing a delay. There's no one on the rostrum at the moment, so it's not like there's. It's not like there's a 10-minute delay or anything. There's literally no one out. So I think the practice for the two for Tironi and Balestri was delayed slightly. So now this is delayed slightly. We're just eating into the lunch break a bit, but it's the final day. It generally does usually run slightly late anyway, and yeah, so it's we have a bit of time to fill, I think.
I think that will be related to the 2 10-minute delays, one for each of the semis, just so that it gives everybody the same amount of prep time on their cars. Of course, they can't release the cars from scrutineering for the B semis until the A semi is complete. And then you need to give the guys a chance to prep their cars for last chance qualifier as well. So it's just a bit of a knock-on from that and giving the drivers time to prep there.
Every delay just kind of adds on, which is fine. That's the times built into the schedule, and obviously it's kind of a quote unquote early finish for us today. I put air quotes around that because it's I think 3 o'clock is the kickoff time for the main final, but obviously there's going to be all the trophy ceremony and podium and all that stuff. Usually, it's always meant to be within half an hour or so, but it always takes an hour and a half. So, yeah, there's plenty. I think the final day is always a bit more lax, especially towards the end of the day. But it's
3 o'clock
all right.
is your kickoff time for 1/10 wide, and then 3:45 for the main event.
Very good. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely, yes. Lots of you commenting in the stream. Plenty of Italian discussion going on, which is great to see. Dr. Trick saying Alex made it to the final, correct? That's not.
He has, yes.
Unfortunately.
No, he. Looking at the, it looks like they're going to run 11 cars in there. So they've taken the top 4 from each semi, and then the last chance will be everybody else. So they've tweaked it around slightly by the looks of things. And yeah, so Alex is in the final.
All right. Okay.
Fantastic. Good for Alex.
Yes.
That's got to be something that's already in the rules. I mean, they wouldn't tweak that on the fly, I don't think, would they?
No, it would have been in there. It would have been in there beforehand. There's a couple of options in terms of ways that they can run the meeting. So it's going to be an 11-car main, in effect. So you've got the TQ man is on pole, so Dario on that. You've got the Super Pole winner is second. Tony Gruber gets that, and then you've got top 4 from each semi, and then you've got the fastest guy, or the winner of last chance will be car number 11 in the main later on.
All right. Okay. Well, it's good info. Good info.
So we're just waiting for the last chance qualifier to kick off. Then we will be going off air for an hour or so because there is a long lunch break before 1/10 wide kicks off. So we will be ending this stream after the last chance qualifier. Just waiting for some confirmation of when they're going to start it. But if we think a 20-minute delay, and it was supposed to be at 12:15, yeah, it's not too far off. It's not too far off. Frank, have you been enjoying Sicily? I know you've been seeing the sights.
Yeah, very much so. Definitely enjoying it, and generally hoping that we are able to come back here for GT8 next year. As I mentioned, it's a new category for EFRA, and there's a World Championship later this year, and the chairman of that section is here this weekend. Not having the greatest of luck racing, but he is here to kind of scout it out and meet the club people. Vito is the main man here, and but yeah, so hoping we do come back, maybe visit some more Godfather sites if there's a spare day or afternoon. But yeah, it is absolutely lovely here. It's quite. I mean, we've been to a fair number of locations in Italy. We've been to the Ongaro Ring way up north, and we've been to Gubbio, sort of in the central region. And this is as far south as I've ever been in Sicily. You can't get much further south in Italy. And each section of Italy is just so unique and so different and so varied. I mean, it's, if you've driven around the UK or the US, it's every area is different, and it's just kind of honestly, it's a bit of a joy to kind of discover new places as you're driving around and just going, oh, the housing styles here are one way and housing styles there are one way. The one thing that doesn't change is Italian driving, though. Blinkers. It's like no one drives a BMW. I've literally seen maybe one BMW, but everybody drives as if they have a BMW. It's absolutely insane. There's no pavements or sidewalks anywhere. People just turn without signaling or stop in the middle of the road to buy some fruit or a basket off of somebody that's on the side of the road. It's really bizarre. You have to keep your wits about you, especially if you're driving a rental car that has no collision waiver on it whatsoever. And it's very nerve-wracking at times. But I think I've gotten used to it, but still, it's, oh my gosh.
Beard Rub says that is a shockingly beautiful track.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And it's not just the aesthetics of the track itself; it's the flow. Like it's a thing of beauty to see the cars go around. The flow is so beautiful.
Yeah, there's no stop-start sections. I mean, there's a couple of hairpins at the very start of the timed lap. But there's no like herky-jerky Mickey Mouse sections, and I love that there's even an option line that they can cut out the sweeper that comes onto the straight. I suppose that they might do that for club racing or something like that. So there's like an international circuit sort of. I mean, even I don't think Gubbio even has a track cut out like that. So it's one of those things. It's just a thing of beauty. And it's obviously surrounded by natural beauty in itself, and then you have the food, obviously the track people are doing everything they can to make sure everything works as well as it can for us within their possibilities, and it's really, really good. So I'm really looking forward to the possibility of coming back again next year.
Yeah. You mentioned GT8. The next European Championship we'll be bringing to you is the GT8, which you're going to, Frank.
Yeah. Again, looking forward to that. It's in it's in Croatia, in Zagreb. I don't think there's a large-scale track that's in the center of Zagreb. I think it's the same track, or is it a different one?
Yeah, it's pretty central. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, so looking forward to that. Obviously, we're going to see Julie Thurston. I think Alex Thurston may be racing there as well. Dan Jones is going to be racing there and not running the meeting. Julie's going to be doing that, but a few of these racers are going to be there, I'm sure, to help promote their sponsor brand cars. We have drivers getting onto the rostrum now, so we're about ready to get going. Vito is motioning mechanics to come into the pit lane. But yeah, GT8 will be quite good. Yes.
Just to let you know, I had an email from Ryanair yesterday to say that your flight home from Croatia has been cancelled. So at least we'll be bringing you coverage of GT8 with no problem. We'll be doing that in partnership with Poolstart TV, so that's going to be fun.
Nice. Yes.
But Frank won't be coming home.
Yeah,
so,
I'm just going to be moving to Croatia, apparently.
Yeah, maybe you'll like it. You never know.
Yeah. That's the nice thing about
photos being taken.
Yeah, that is I believe that is Melvin's sister and Tilo's wife. She's out there. She was getting a lot of photos of the opening ceremony as well.
Right.
So as Alessia was saying, this should be a fairly quote unquote active race. It'll be pretty crazy.
I think
absolutely 15 minutes.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
You answered my question. Yeah, 15 minutes.
Okay.
15 minutes, and all that matters is winning. So it goes a little bit crazy, a little bit mental. Particularly after the last stops.
Right, yeah. You see, I think they should do it with no marshals because then it will be crazy, but also people will drive very carefully.
We've got Filippo Dominine in there, so that will alone make things fairly interesting. Although, like I said, I always start with he's a crazy driver, and then I say, but he's calmed down. But I see I see Tilo up there. I see Milan. The referee will be active. There are marshals going out on the track now. The referee's on the track. On the rostrum. So it's not going to get utterly insane where people are going to be taking people out. So for 9 of these guys, at least, it's going to be the last time they're running on this track this weekend, at least competitively.
So 12 drivers.
You watch, some of them will be tomorrow. Open practice. Open practice on the track tomorrow. They'll be there.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll probably be here straight after the prize ceremony.
Oh, yeah. They'll be running. But, yeah, that's why I had to qualify my what I was saying. At least in a competitive sense, this is the last time all but one of them is going to be racing. So I believe it's going to be, I believe they've been doing 5-minute warm-ups. So it's going to be either 3 or 5 minutes that they're do some laps and get a feel of the traction and the track conditions and do their tuning. Three minutes, it says.
Everybody being released out onto circuit. All of these guys have driven on the track so far today. These are everybody who didn't make it through from the semi-finals. So those guys that bumped up from the quarters earlier on, this is going to be their third time out on track today.
So just for Zach's benefit, once we start going, we're going to stay strictly on the leader. Because last chance qualifier, last chance saloon, winner take all.
$15, 3 fuel stops going off of what everybody's managed so far. So somewhere around 4 minutes, 8 minutes, 12 minutes. Somewhere around that mark's going to be the window. You've got a little bit of time before and after. As a pit man, you've got sort of 20, 30 seconds either side of that you can use to get your driver out of traffic. So one will start final now. Francesco Tironi going to lead this one away from Milan Holtwis, Thilo Beekman, Vasilis Lokaris, Nicholas Delia, Alexander Cazot, Bichera, Freddie Pelwaz, Jean-Marie Voronek, Sebastiano Scuderi, Filippo Dominin, and Daniel Shepis.
Okay, seems like we could be having some issues with the timing, so we may be flying a little bit blind. We'll keep working on it in the background.
On Francesco Tironi from the start, try and keep hopefully we can get that sorted before the pit stop. Should be relatively easy to keep track of who's leading up until that point. And then we might get a little bit lost through the pits, but we'll do what we can to keep on top of it for you. So 15-minute final, remember.
Off.
Cars down and away. Tironi leads away. I think that's a really good start from Diekman.
Yeah, that was Thilo Diekman.
Well, it looked like
got himself turned around now. Tironi and Holtius.
Yep, they're 1 and 2 at the moment. Tironi leading from Holtwist. One, the orange coloured car, the other a more reddy pink coloured car as they come out onto the main straight. Holtwist having a look. They came through onto that sweeper. And they wouldn't have taken that risk.
Tidy driving.
It was, and they wouldn't have taken that risk in the semi. They might need to here.
Yeah.
This is winner takes all for 15 minutes. Francesco Tironi is still leading this one minute. Looks to have stabilised that gap very slightly. Not much in it though. Can't be more than 6-7 tenths of a second.
Yeah, it's.
Hopefully we'll get some timing back before the end of the run.
He's pulling away very slightly, so it's getting a bit hard to keep him in both in shot. But ooh, did he just get sideways there a bit, coming into the 90-degree?
Yeah,
turn.
just enough. Great. In fact, we'll just keep an eye on what the flags are doing as they come out onto the main straight, and you can actually see they've changed direction. So what you were saying earlier, Frank, about the wind, you can see it's now probably caught him by surprise a little bit. He had a tailwind off the end of the main straight there, and I think that might have caught him out on that particular lap. He did everything he needed to, he gathered it up, but yeah, would have caught his attention. They're looking quite clean out front. Milan pushing towards the back of him. I think the front two look to have made a bit of a break for it. There's no cars immediately behind them. So look, and another small mistake there from Francesco Tironi. That's going to give some hope to Milan Holtwist. Tironi completely sideways. Tironi's got a problem. Or was that? No, sorry, that was traffic. That was traffic with a similar coloured body shell.
Yeah, so while we're watching these two in the first and second positions, behind them the cars are roughly 2 by 2, with Melvin Diekman in third, not followed but not pressured by the number 4 car. Can't identify it just yet, but I believe it's one of the Italian racers.
The number 4 car is Vasilis Likaris, or Likaris, the Greek driver.
Sorry. The Greek racer, yes. But they're not quite catching
leading. Yeah, front two look like they've got a fairly comfortable gap and edging away in front. And in fact, we haven't lost. I think we've got
one of them is pitted. I couldn't tell. I think it's Holthius that. No, it was Tironi that pitted. So Holthius is leading now. So if we stay on Tironi, Zach, we'll see where Holthius comes in when he hasn't pitted yet.
So here comes Tironi into the pit. Nice quick stop and retains his lead over Holtwist. Tironi still leading, and we have got timing back now.
Okay,
so
good.
We can see.
We
can see what's going on.
Yeah.
So Tironi is still after the first round of stops from Milan Holtwist. And in third place, we've got the 12 car of Daniel Shepis.
Wow. That's a good jump.
Giant leap forward from him. And in fact, he is, he's 1.5 seconds off of Milan. And he is less than 2 seconds off the lead. Having said that, we've only just gone past the 5-minute mark. Perhaps he hasn't fitted yet, which would have launched him up the order. Yeah, there we go. He's just dropping down the order a little bit. So he's still in 6th place, but he's artificially high by dint of not having pitted. Still good mileage, though, getting just over 5 minutes. It means he can do a 2-stop with everybody else on a 3, provided he doesn't flame out on the left. Might be his plan. Keep an eye on him, see if he pops up the order later on. Francesco Tironi is still leading this one. We're running with him at the moment. Here's some traffic. Tironi's lead now 1.3 seconds over Milan.
Milan was in last year's main final, so I'm sure he's going to be pushing hard to get past his teammate. Sat I think, immediately next to him at the Infinity Pits.
Does look like he closed in on the last lap. Well, let's know what the gap is as they cross the line. It was 1.2 last time round.
Ooh,
and
Milan getting loose.
9/10 gap that time.
Yeah, it's going to be larger now. He got loose on a couple of corners.
Yeah. Story was getting closer and probably overdrove it. All too easy to do. So top four running in grid order. 1 from 2 from 3 from 4. And then looks like we've got Dominin has retired.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I did notice that. Yeah, it's really unfortunate for the young racer, but I'm sure he'll come back even stronger and calmer next year. Not sure what happened to him. I didn't see him come off the track, but yeah, both of the Dominin brothers out of the competition now.
Right down the main straight, we've got Diekman into second position now, in front of Milan.
Yeah, Milan is pitted, I believe, so just waiting for Tironi to pit.
Yeah, Milan got back into second position. Get this back up into third, although remember he was late in the first round of stops. We're
and
half
here
minutes
comes
into
the
this race.
Let's see where Holthius
Thrown
is.
in, over the pit wall.
Out.
There we go.
Yeah, maintaining
there we
roughly
go.
the same
Comfortable.
gap.
We said earlier, as you start getting up these finals, the heating becomes maybe a little bit more professional. The opportunity to gain time and lose time decreases. Doesn't completely disappear. Traffic gets out of his way very nicely. Francesco Tironi just wanting to keep this moving. Knows he's got one more stop left to do.
The wind has really picked up now. My torta al chocolato is falling on the floor, but which tells me the wind's picked up.
You can see Tironi was a little bit loose there as they come down the main straight. See what way the wind is blowing. It's pretty much into the driver's faces on the driver's rostrum by the looks of things.
Yeah, the flags are pointing straight at the drivers pretty much.
Yeah, so that could mean that the cars will be a little bit loose just as we come off here. And pretty much as you go into the hairpin coming onto the main straight. So yeah, it might make the cars a little bit loose, but then as you come out the corner, they'll be nicely planted.
I think
as long as you know it, so long as you're aware of it, then you can deal with it.
Holthius has made up a bit of time on Tironi as he's Tironi's just lapped Melvin, or no, is that Tilo Diekman in the 3.
Shepis has made his what looks like his second stop quite late. I mean, that's pretty amazing. He's got to, on, so he hasn't got to stop again. Everybody else has. Just having a look, he's too far behind for it to put him in line for the win. But that's some really good driving there, unless there's any major issue out in front. It looks like one of the front two, Francesco Tironi or Milan Holtz, are going to take it pending any real disaster for either of them. Running with Francesco Tironi at the moment.
Just under 4 minutes remaining.
2-second gap. 3.5 minutes left. Traffic gets away.
Oh,
there he goes. Shows his nose. Pironi, that yellow card didn't really want to get out of there for him, particularly. Francesco would have, breathed quite heavily there as he went past. Don't want to be risking that. He is in for his final stop.
That was the car 12 of Shepis that he was passing.
Well, Shepis is running in third place himself.
Yeah.
So no wonder he didn't particularly want to get out of the way, but it gives you an idea the front two have. Tironi leading this one by 3 seconds now from Milan after their final stops. That's pretty comfortable with 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, I think we're approaching the point where we can comfortably say that Tironi has this in the bag. Obviously, we have to wait for the flag to drop, but we're getting there.
Yeah, he needs to keep it moving. He'll have an eye. He'll know where his car is. He'll know when he's past a particular corner where Holtwist is on the track as well. He'll have a pretty good idea of how big the gap is. Final 2 minutes of the last chance qualifier. Francesco Tironi looking in a pretty good position at the moment to take the last place on the grid for the final. Just really easy at this point to throw it off the circuit when everything is in your hands. Well experienced, 90 seconds left. Closing in on the back of Shepis again. That car that he had a little bit of difficulty lapping before. Gap 2.9 seconds with just over 1 minute remaining. But looking pretty comfortable. Just needs to keep it on the track. He'll be listening out for every time he opens the throttle, just waiting, hoping that it picks up, not wanting it to stutter, anything like that. Really easy to invent all these kind of problems in there. Looking pretty good as we come into 30 seconds. Tironi doing everything to do at the minute. Not going to worry about that. You just need to bring it home. There we go. Shepard gets out of the way. Tironi. A little bit easier that time. The final 10 seconds, so they're on to the last lap. Francesco Tironi just needs to keep it rolling around here to take that final spot in the main from Milan Holtwist. There we go, crosses the line. Francesco Tironi makes it into the main. Subject to scrutineering, but Francesco Tironi taking the last spot in the final. Milan Holtwist gave him a good run for his money. Shout out to Shepis as well, Daniel Shepis. That's good going from P12 to make it up to third in that last chance qualifier. But you can see the front two, Francesco Tironi and Milan Holtwist, a couple of tenths faster than just about anybody else on a hot lap. So those two definitely having the pace. Milan Holtwist, pretty unfortunate there. Will be kind of ruining the fact that there aren't 12 car mains, but we now have our 11 finalists.
Yeah, I mean, especially ruining that flame out that he had in the semi. That was really, really unfortunate for him. I haven't talked to him to find out what exactly happened, but I think I mean, I didn't. When Alessio mentioned he had a glow plug go out, I hadn't even noticed that. Because we're watching other action, you look down to check the timing, and one or two things may have happened out on track, and you completely miss it. So, but yeah, we'll find out what happened with Holthius. So, of course, like I said, he was in the in the final last year, running as high as third, but unfortunately not able to make it this time.
Absolutely.
Excellent
So
stuff.
I believe we have a break now, don't we, before the
Yes,
1/10
quite
final?
Quite a big. It's actually the lunch break, the official lunch break. We were told actually when we got here that because there are apartments, literally not even 200 yards from where I'm sat next to the track, the local council allowed the track to be built, but on the requirement that on race days there needs to be 1.5 or 2 hour break. So that's why we have such long lunch breaks. So it's great to have it in this location, but obviously you have to make concessions for the local residents. But yes, a long lunch break, and then we have the wide final of half an hour. Starting at 3 is the scheduled time, and then at 3:45 the main final. If it actually happens, if either of those actually happen on time, I'll I don't know, I'll eat arancino or something, because it's
another one.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Yeah, like I said, it's finals day. It's the last half of finals day, so yeah. But we'll be ready to go at 3. So I think we're going to go off air. Is that right, Matt?
Yep, we'll go now, and we will see you back here at 3 p.m. CET. That's local time. 2 p.m. if you're in the UK, and if you're in other parts of the world, then Google it.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for watching. This is the EFRA 1/10 IC Track European Championship Finals Day, and it's brought to you by X-Ray. We'll see you very soon.